Testing, testing. 1, 2, test, test. Testing, 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 testing. Jehovah, thank you for this opportunity to once again try to share the light to the best of my ability to my brethren scattered in the world today. Jehovah, I just ask that today, the lesson, the things that we talk about, that they would be encouraging, that they would be easy to understand, and that it would help us to endure the present reality. Jehovah, I ask for speaking ability. I ask for knowledge. I ask that the things that we share, that they will help to make us better servants to our brethren and to be better aligned with you in the light. Jehovah, the faithists are in a time on the earth where there is great trouble on the horizon. And I ask that the Adirians, our angels, that we would do all that we can to strengthen our angels as they work to influence us, to help us through the times that we're going through. And so, Jehovah, I ask for inspiration when I do this video, and that I can share my highest understanding to the best of my ability. In your name, I give thanks. All right, brethren, thank you. My name is Shaikwa Ben Yisrael. Welcome to my channel. This is a channel for people who are known as faithists, meaning people who subscribe to the OAHSPE guidebook, most recent revelation of the one whom the world calls the Creator. And this is a channel where, brethren, where we like to try to share things that the Creator is revealing, things, a lot of which have not been heard before. We are in a time right now, we're in a new period of time called the Cosmic Era, where the Creator has decided that mankind has reached a level in his consciousness where he's now ready for the next plan of his agenda, which is the knowledge of the spiritual, the knowledge of the heavenlies, the knowledge of the fact that there's more than than this reality. There's more to life than what we see. It's more to life than living on the earth. There is life after death. The Creator is telling us specifically, exactly what we can expect when we come to the end of our reality. Not many people really want to hear about that. The Creator says that it would be that way, where there would be just, especially at the start of the new era, where very few people would be awakened to what he is now doing. All men eventually will make the resurrection. Some are able to do it while they're on the earth. They are able to hear the Creator's voice while they're on the earth. They esteem their spiritual reality, they, meaning faithists, treat their spirituality seriously. The knowledge that they will be in the spirit far longer than they'll be in the body, in the flesh. Faithists realize that we are in what the Creator calls the embryo. We have not even really been born yet. We have not been born into the real life. Faithists, we speak a language that's hard for the earth to understand, to hear, to believe. It's a unfortunate thing that the newest revelations that the Creator is giving mankind is not as popular as they will be. It seems that the Creator has got to bring us to a point in our reality where men have to, it seems that we have to learn the hard way. Meaning, I was reading the other day where, I forget where I was reading, but I read something where the Creator was, he has to, reality has to be structured in a way to keep men from, even in this, the current situation on the earth that we are under with all its imperfections, all its imbalances, people still, for the most part, choose the things of the earth and the flesh over the things of the spirit. That's how powerful the earth is. It has the ability to tie up a person's passions, to tie up their interests, to tie up their energy all the way to the end of their life, 60, 70, 80 years. The earth is that strong. It can tie up a spirit with all of its imperfections and afflictions and vexations that happen in life. Even people who are homeless and have absolutely nothing will choose the earth over the hope of the spirit. You would think that when things are so rough or hard on, the afflictions, the vicissitudes of life and the negative things of life, you would think that, and you have to think that it's one thing or another with most people, and worse for some, more than others, that it would drive them to seek a better reality, a better understanding, a higher, the things of the Creator. It seems that the Creator has set it so that we go through things, faithists, and everybody goes through things, the ups and downs. Faithists know that we are called to deal with ourselves, to deal with our spirit, to overcome the negative vibrations, what the OAHSPE calls the cataracts. That's like the bottom line, really, of what faithists are about. We're called to have no intermediaries between the Creator, Jehovah, and ourselves. He He did allow it at one time, religion. Now we're in a time he's telling men to put away all intermediaries. And it's hard for men to do. People, it's hard for them to let go of something that they have known and believed in all their life. That's why faithists are really a miracle to me, and that they are able to break that spiritual hold that religion has on the world. Faithists are able to, for some reason, really, it's because the Creator has basically chosen them to begin their time of resurrection while they're here on the earth. That's the bottom line. That's really what it's all about. Faithists are, while they're on the earth, beginning their journey, their spiritual journey to make the resurrection, which is the overcoming of the self, transforming of the self through the knowledge that the Creator has given us. It's not easy. And we currently are outnumbered. We realize that we are in captivity, so to speak, to the Uzians, whom the OAHSPE calls the Uzians, the unbelievers, the unenlightened. And so on we go. Now, the name of the video today is Vortexian Law, and it seems like I think that is something that the Creator wants me to talk about. It was this weekend I found myself thinking, and for some reason it just seemed to stay on my mind. I don't know very much about it, vortexian law, but one thing that seemed to get my attention was the how do I say this? The fact that it's an invisible force, among other things. We talk about the vortex all the time. I don't know a whole lot about it, so I did a little study on it. I'm going to talk about that, the effects of the vortexian law, how it applies to each of us. And I understand the little bit that I understand about vortexian law is an invisible force. It affects us, and there's a way we can make it work to our advantage. And it's just like it's a law. It's like gravity is a law. If you go with it, it works for you. If you work against it, it makes things harder. And I found that interesting because while we're in this reality, I'm interested in sharing things that can make our reality, our time here on the red star on the earth, to make it go as smoothly as possible. I realize that we cannot avoid the vicissitudes of life, the problems, the vexations of life, the afflictions of life. We can't afford that. We can't avoid it. It's there to help us to grow. I realize that it's not always easy. I know personally, I lose a lot of battles, but I believe I'm getting better. I hope it's the same for you brethren too, man. You know, I don't, I can see the wisdom in having to make life like a mountain. And that's what the Creator says. He says that He purposely made life like climbing a mountain. And you have to commend the wisdom of that, man, because without any, you cannot progress without a struggle, without putting in some effort. I mean, and if you pay attention, I think that if you're paying attention, then you get better and better. And the goal for faith is to get to a point where the earth or either on heaven and earth, there are no more hooks in us, meaning there's nothing anyone can do to trigger us, to make us mad, to make us want to fight back, to make us want to get revenge, to make us want to hate. That's the path we're on. And the only way you're going to be able to build up an immunity to that is we got to go through these. We got to go through these stumbling. Well, what's a good word for obstacles that we individually, that we individually have to face every day? Now, the world, there's I read somewhere where you don't want to, when you're dealing with the anti-Jehovahans, people who, the Uzians, the unenlightened, people who don't know about the Creator, don't know about the OAHSPE, one thing you don't want to do is fight fire with fire, because people who don't have no, from what I could see, who do not try to fight the Satan in them, the beast kingdom in them, you make it worse when you, what's a good word for, when you don't learn to I'm trying to find a good word for make the situation. I forget where I read it. It was, I don't know if it was the OAHSPE, but basically when you make in the world, you can see this principle all the time. People, so say they're mad, and then the person they're mad at, they get mad, and then the other person gets even madder. And, you don't want to feed the beast, man. Yeah, it was in the study that a brother did. Matter of fact, it was in that study that I was on the TED racks that I had a couple of weeks ago. You don't want to feed the beast, man, because that's where you look in the world and things just get worse. People constantly, they feed each other's beasts, and then it gets out of hand, and then you don't know what's going to happen then. I'm kind of getting away from the announcements. Let me get to that, because I got a lot of reading to do today. And I think that I've got something that's going to make you going to really, I'm going to read a little study on the vortexian law. And then after that, I'm going to go back and look at the woman in Revelation 12. And then after that, I'm going to look at the wilderness of Revelation 12. The reason why I'm doing it, because it is a picture of us. It is a picture of us, that woman. I got so much to say about that. I think that the Creator has given me a new way to do studies and to really dig into them for the sake of us being able to see the miracle of how the Creator is. We need for Him to tell us that He's talking to us. And I think with He's really, the Bible, I think is, I just shake my head, man, because it's like, now there's so much in there that's just the Creator. He just held it back. And now He's telling us that He's talking about us, Thetis. And the way that He confirms it is the reason why I'm going to talk more about the woman of Revelation 12 after I do the study on vortexian law. And so I just hope that we get a serious kick out of it, man. Truly, I do. That's why I want to do the study. I'm going to do the best I can, man. Anything that'll help us to deal with what we're going through on the Red Star today, I'm all for it, man. I'm all for sharing it. I'm going to make mistakes, but I'm gonna keep at it. I'm gonna keep on for the time being. Probably that woman in Revelation 12. It seems like the more you read stuff, the more understanding you get, man. And there's nothing like being able to share something good with your brethren, because I know what we're going through. And I do know this, that no one will regret what we have to go through now. It's just what do they call it in the Bible? What we're going through right now is a vapor. Our lives are a vapor. It's just a vapor, man. And I don't, anybody would love to reap eternal rewards for short-term struggles. And, so anyway, I'm kind of behind here. Here's the website. You can go there. Universal Faithist. That's a website you can go for ministry and information. They have like information for brethren who, if you don't know about it, you can go here, and they have they like to do meditation fellowships, get together for meditation. They have a healing basket here. They have a Wednesday study here. The Wednesday study, and this Wednesday it won't be a Bible study. They're going to have something called the healing basket up here, where they get together, pray for brethren, and exercise faith and projecting their faith and that sort of thing. And then, of course, Brother Robert Bayer has a Thursday night study. I've really been pushing his study because the way he does it, it's a short 40-minute study. And he has brethren get together in a Zoom call, and then they offer what they call our intentions, just things that they can pray about, and then they type it out, and then we all speak it as a way of speaking it putting it out there into the universe. And I just think that's the way you're supposed to do it, man. All of us speaking with our voices, and from what I understand, the angels, they can use that to put that to manifest it in the universe. We put, we say, they'll type out a prayer to say, and we say it, we repeat it 3 times, and then we repeat it silently. And then I just think there's something to that. I really believe that when faithists get together and they say a prayer out loud like that, and it's a group prayer, I'm telling you, man, something in me tells me that that's just the way to do it. The link is in the description box, I think, of the video. You send a brother an email, and he will send you a link to the Zoom meeting on Thursday, 40 minutes long. And I just, man, oh man, I just think that's the way to do it, man. The one thing I know about the OAHSPE is the creator. He talks a lot about togetherness, man, community, and doing things as a unit. And that's all over the place in the OAHSPE, That's all over the place in the OAHSPE. And so the way the brother's doing it, I'm just 100% in favor of it, man. Look at the link, send the brother an email, look out for the email he's going to send you on Thursday around this time, 40-minute Zoom call, and you're going to see what I mean. So anyway, here's the website again. Here's the information of when we get together, the things that we do, Wednesday Bible study, but it won't be one this Wednesday. They're going to be doing the healing basket. And then there's something that I want to read for, let's say you're new to the channel. So let me read this real quick to give you an idea of what we're all about. It's kind of like a creed that a brother came up with, and it'll really help for anyone who's new to the channel, and you can get a good understanding of where we're coming from. This is not a Christian channel. This is a channel that this is a channel that a lot of the things that we say you probably have never heard before. And so anyway, this is a good thing to read to get an idea of where we're coming from. What is the faith? We have faith in the all person. Jehovah, the creator, the one whom the world calls God, the collective wisdom that is without gender, but some brethren refer to the creator as mother, father, and I mean, I can subscribe to that, though it says here without gender. It's just trying to show the what's a good word for the mystery of the creator. It says, it's faith as we live by and follow these guidelines inspired by the OAHSPE Bible and the work of John Newborough. That's the person that the creator used to give us this revelation. The creator, he can work through anybody. So nobody should trip on that. We understand that supremacy exists only in a weak and fearful mind. We strive to do good works in the Creator's name. We respect others' opinions and understanding and openness, as long as their opinions do not diminish the dignity or free will of anyone. We are willing to accept differences from others with no bias. We treat others and ourselves with love and forgiveness. We are kind through our actions and whole being. We give to others the freedom we all deserve. It's easy to demand free will, but it is challenging to allow others to exercise their free will. We are able to admit our mistakes and take responsibility for our actions. With these guidelines in mind, it is easier to understand that the foundation of faithism is the study and pursuit of what's called Amarath and Ahiba. Amarath is divine forgiveness, and Ahiba is unconditional love. For faithists, the cultivation of Amarath and Ahiba are essential lessons for the path of soul growth. Many faithists adhere to a vegetarian or vegan diet to reduce suffering. But being vegan and vegetarian does not give anyone supremacy. That's the truth. So anyone who's listened to this video, the unknown many, here's the OAHSPE right here. The unknown many have put out a 6-volume set. The unknown many have put out a 6-volume set, which is a supplement to this book right here. The book that's on the screen, a supplement. That's for the OAHSPE. It's a supplement. The 6-volume set. Anybody who may be a little short on funds or something, which is cool. I can dig it. This here channel here, if you're a faithist, you're a brother and sister, you're a faithist, it ain't just, if you got problems, look, I got to say something, man. We coming up on a time. I'm telling you, man, geopolitically, not to digress. We're in a time right now. Many of you, I don't know if you, brother, know about what's going on geopolitically with what the war that Iran, the United States, and Israel. Geopolitically, there are some big problems, man. I ain't trying to fearmonger nobody. I'm telling you the truth. I'm a retired brother. I don't have to go to work anymore. Hallelujah for that. I spend my time looking at the internet and trying to see how the creator is moving, trying to see the world's response to what the world is doing. There is no talk of the creator or what does, they talk about God, and they equate God to killing and murdering, and like that's a good thing, and our God is winning, your God is losing, and nobody can find the creator, man. Nobody can find. There are some people who do. They show they show some spirituality, and they even say the creators. They say it seems like the creator is impressing upon people to say the creator instead of God. I've actually heard some people say the creator. I like to go to listen to different debates and forums and about what the Uzians, the unenlightened, are saying about the world. I like to see if anybody is going to show some curiosity about the creator. One time I was listening to a space and somebody mentioned the creator, and they were saying something like they were asking like baby questions, right? They were trying to reach out to the creator, right? And they asked for anybody, like, does anybody know what the who they were struggling trying to find out about the creator, like I forget who it was. It was some woman saying, what does God think about this? Why is this going on? What is the plan? What is the ultimate plan? Does anybody know? Who, what's, and so I tried to get on, and I got on there, right? And I know that you cannot talk to the Uzians, the unenlightened, the anti-Jehovahans. I knew I was making a mistake, but I tried as delicately as I could. I was able to share about the OAHSPE. I was able to separate the God from the creator. And then one guy got bent out of shape, cussed me out and cut me off. And that's where we are right now. People do not, in my reality, hopefully it's different with yours. People cannot stand the creator. It's just the most amazing thing you've ever seen. It's like, trying to pet a growling dog. You don't mean no harm, man. And the things you say, it should automatically get people to, agree with it. This is the most amazing thing I've seen in my life, man. Trying to go and tell people the creator's will is for all men to make the resurrection. There's a better reality. And the creator is proving it. We've got the newest revelation. We've seen the results of religion, the killing and the murdering and the imbalance and the division. We've seen it. The creator has let us see it, witness it, to let us know that we when we're left to our own devices, we can't make it, man. We cannot make it. We cannot make it, man. The creator telling us about things we never knew before, talking about inventions and, talking about the sun and plasma and, other things that we never knew about, and the sinking of a continent and other things the OAHSPE talks about to prove the creator is who he, the divinity of the OAHSPE. People is just like it says in the Bible, man. It's just, do not throw your pearls before swine. Don't do it. I'm a personal witness to a lot of the things the Bible says. That's why I'm doing these studies now. I'm combining the Bible with the OAHSPE, showing how the OAHSPE, the hidden manna that the creator is giving us right now, the hidden manna, remember Revelation 2:17, the creator he is giving you, brother, the hidden manna, man. But what was I saying? The hatred towards this is just mind-boggling. It's the hatred towards the light. It's just like it says in the Bible, man. Jesus Christ, the Jesus Christ of the New Testament, don't throw your pearls before swine. He says, if you do that, they will trample on the pearls, and then they will turn around and rip you a new one. And I've seen that. But I was saying that if there's a brother or sister, listening to this channel here, this channel, it is about charity. And we coming upon a time, man, we don't know what the hell the Uzians are going to do. It's like we're all on the ship heading for a cliff, a tribulation cliff. The supply chains, they're not really being affected yet. You brethren don't really hear about the effect that the war is going to have on the supply chains. I've been watching it daily, and basically the supply chains is, where we get everything for daily living. And oil and gas and liquefied natural gas it's in like everything. And since those shipments have been cut off from the Middle East, Strait of Hormuz, right now we're running on empty, in the sense that we're running, things haven't gotten how they're gonna get, because there's still stuff in the pipeline. You know how when the water that comes through the faucet and everything, and there's water in the line, but when the water is cut off from the source, you turn the faucet on, there ain't no more water going to come out. See, that's the way it is, man. I'm sorry, man, but that's the way it is in this country. You know, people, we never learn till it's too late, man. You turn on the internet now, people are talking about, you know, their 401k, they bank, they gold, they silver, how they going to invest it, how to beat the time that's coming. You can't, look, man, the creator, that's why we're going to look at vortexian law a little bit. If you keep resisting, from what little I know, you keep resisting the vortexian law, don't expect it to get better. Just don't, if you keep fighting it, man, you know, and that's all we doing now. That's all that the nations know how to do, is to fight the vortexian law. That's all they know how to do. And don't expect it to get better. Don't expect it to get better, man, except for you fakeists. You know, falling AG, that dark matter or whatever you want to call it, where it falls on the earth, and it has what's a good word for opposing effects depending on your spiritual grade. You know, we're going to get into that a little bit. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I wanted to say, if there's a brother or sister listening to this here channel and you need some charity, man, you know, I'm telling you right now, you can reach out to me. You shouldn't sell me short, because I'm a faithist, man. And I've seen the creator work. And you got to need, man, no matter what it is, I'm telling you, you better get in touch with me. You better let me try to help, man. If I'm up here saying, you know, somebody could need some help, man, you know. And I'm sitting here on this channel. I'm letting you know I won't run from you, man. You can get in touch with me privately, you know, and express your, you know, you got a need, you got a situation, and I can get on here and I can cry out, man, and keep you hidden, incognito, you know. But the situation's going to get dealt with, and I feel a strong need to tell you, brother, that, especially faithists, because of the time that we're living in right now. So I went a long time to say a little bit. Here's the 6-volume set. If anybody, this is a supplement to the OAHSPE. The 6-volume set is a supplement to the OAHSPE. This book right here is done in baby form. It's meant to try to get you interested in the OAHSPE. Now, I can give you a little taste of what it looks like on the inside. I think that matter of fact, I found something too. I was setting up, and for the video, and I found something, and I hope you like this. Let me digress for a second. I want to share a little bit with y'all, okay? I was setting up for the video, you know, about an hour before I do the videos. I set up, you know, you got it set up, and you take time out to, you know, to meditate and ask, you know, creator to help you and, you know, give you inspiration, that sort of thing. So I was setting up, and I came across this. Now, I posted it last night in the room. I like to post from Radiance Anthology and OAHSPE and some other things. And, you know, I just get a kick out of doing this type of stuff, you know. It just go along with redeeming the time, man. If you're going to be on the Red Star, why don't you just redeem the time some type of way? Why don't you redeem the time, man? You know, listen to your inner light. Redeem the time. If you're going to be on the earth, man, why don't you redeem the time? You know, you listen to your inner light, and it'll tell you what to do. You know, why not us just redeem the time? I was setting up and I found this verse right here. I shared it last night. I thought it was interesting. It caught my attention. I want to share it with you. Check it out. Look what I found real quick. It says, faith is don't fret. Now, this is what the inside of the 6-volume set looks like. The Unknown Mini did it in PowerPoint form, PowerPoint form. That's where like each page only got like a paragraph. It's meant for brethren with short attention spans. It's meant to grab you, you know, like you open it, you don't see a bunch of words. It's like a subject matter in a verse, you know, to try to grab you right away, you know. You like you drop it on the street and then somebody pick it up and then they thumb through it and then hopefully they'll open it up to it catch them right away, you know. That's how the Unknown Many compiled the 6-volume set. And it's priced the cheapest that it can go. So if you're a little short, you know, just don't take advantage of a brother. I'm not a rich brother, but if you want a 6-volume set, you know, I'll certainly get it to you. I will certainly get it to you, man. I'm just rooting for the Creator that his word will bless your soul. I'll give you a little example right here. Look at this. It says, faith is don't fret, right? It says, be wise, my sons and daughters. For as you now find little aspiration among the hosts of wandering spirits, so the same lack of aspiration will be manifested among mortals in the beginning of cosmos, right? So the Creator, he's telling you, you brethren, you faithists, don't fret, man, you know, because of the lack of a witness among brethren. I mean, not brethren, but we're surrounded. We still surrounded by religion. The Creator, he says, hey, don't fret, man, don't fret. He said, you know, I know what I'm doing. It's going to be that way. You know, I elected you. I chose you to be part of the foundation. And the foundation, you got to be a special brother or sister to be a faithist, man. You know, you part of the foundation. Hey, when you build, you know, I used to do construction and they build them foundations, man. They dig deep into the earth because that's like the strongest part of the house. A faithist is a pioneer, man. They got to be some rugged souls, man. You know, they're laying the foundation for future generations. See, check this out. Faithists don't fret, right? And this blessed my soul reading this little bit, right? So I wanted to pull up the verse, you know. I wanted to pull up the verse and look at it, man, you know. So I went on ahead and grabbed it, you know. I wanted to read a little bit around it. And it blessed my soul. I want to share it with y'all real quick. And this is it right here. Book of Fragapati, chapter 20, verse 6. It says, for a question, it says, I'm starting in verse 5. And actually, you got to go up a little bit. How far up should I go, though? Okay. You know, shoot. Should I start all the way up here? The point is in verse 6. Okay, let's start all the way up here. This man, you know, with the OAHSPE, you get started and you just want to keep reading, man. You know, it's hard to jump in somewhere. Okay, the point is in verse 6, but I'm gonna read the whole thing. When I don't know where he jumping off at. And I can't keep going back up and back up and back up. Yatante, that's a plateau in the heavens, a subjective plateau. Okay, I'll try it right here. I'm jumping in the middle there. I don't like to do that. Check this out. It says, the voice of Jehovah came to Yatante, saying, behold, my sons and daughters, this heaven and this land shall not be like any other place. Now, Yatante is subjective heaven. The Creator says any one of us can go there in our minds. We can project ourselves there. Yatante. The voice of Jehovah came to Yatante, saying, behold, O my sons and daughters, this heaven and this land shall not be like any other place. For here shall rise in time after those who shall begin the founding of my kingdom among mortals. For in the lands of the east and the heavens of the east, I have given them lords and gods before whom they fall down and worship. But in this heaven, in Yatante, and this land beneath it, there shall not be given any lord or god or any person born of woman for their resurrection. So this is a place where there are no lords and gods. It's there right now. We can go there and we can project ourselves in our minds to this place. I don't know how to do that yet. I'm just beginning to start trying a little bit. You know, we got a brother who's brother Dave, and I know some other brother, and they go here. We're much more powerful than what we are, man. I'm convinced. Yatante, they have the ability to go there. Okay, so it says, to this end, I have created this subjective heaven. Okay, a subjective heaven, Yatante, subjective heaven, meaning you can project yourself there in your mind. To this end, I have created this subjective heaven and her plateaus, and they shall endure till the dawn of Cosmic, right where we are right now. And the overflow of war and mortal kingdoms. I read that wrong. It says, to this end, I've created this subjective heaven, Yatante, and her plateaus, and they shall endure until the dawn of Cosmic, and the overthrow of war and mortal kingdoms. Okay, so Yatante, a subjective heaven, is going to be there, and it will be there, shall endure till the dawn of Cosmic and the overthrow of war and mortal kingdoms. He says, from this throne, Yatante, I will come in that day through my chiefs and reveal the histories of my kingdom. So that sounds like the OAHSPE. The opening of the libraries of heaven. He says, and I will radiate outward around about from this heaven until look here. I will radiate. He's going to spread the light outward around about from this heaven until my kingdom, the whole earth. So see, the process done already started. And also, how do you like that? The process is already started. We there now. The process done already started. And whether the Aihuans are mortals or spirits, you shall not teach them to worship anyone except the Great Spirit. That's us, people. Aihuans, descendants from Ihans and Asu, if I'm not mistaken. Descendants, Aihuans, that's all of us. And whether the Aihuans are mortals or spirits, you shall not teach them to worship anyone, meaning in heaven or on earth, mortals or spirits, are any heaven or earth, mortals or spirits, and whether the Aihuans are mortals or spirits, you shall not teach them to worship anyone except the Great Spirit. Where we are right now. No more intermediaries, no more savior religions. So these are instructions for, sound like the Cosmic era to me. He says, for a question will arise among mortals in the beginning of Cosmic, that's earthbound spirits. A question will arise among mortals in the beginning of Cosmic as to whether mortals are ruled by angels of heaven. And I will prove it before them that in this land, all gods, lords, and saviors shall be cast out. And mortals shall become worshipers of the Great Spirit, being ruled to that end by the inspiration that shall descend from this heaven, Yatante, through the spirits of the Aihuan race, mortals, and they shall know that I, Jehovah alone, rule all over all and within my works. Now here's the verse. It says, be wise, my sons and daughters. And I'm pointing to this because this is a good, inspiring verse for us to read for today. Because it may seem like we're alone. We're not making an impact. We're not having no effect. But the Creator says, be wise, my sons and daughters. For as you now find little inspiration, aspiration, you find there's little desire, there's little concern, there's little interest among the host of wandering spirits. And the wandering spirits, that's in the heavenlies. He says, so the same lack of aspiration will be manifested among mortals, earthbound people, in the beginning of Cosmon, and then the voice ceased. So I wanted to point this out because the Creator is it's like he's saying, look, man, I know for those of you who are troubled in your heart about, it may seem like there's no movement, there's no interest, there's no concern. You all alone, you kooky, believe in what you believe in, It ain't real. It's just a fantasy. The Creator's saying, no, man, don't feel that way. Don't be that way. It's the beginning of Cosmos. Ain't hardly nobody going to go with you. It starts slow, but it ends strong. Basically what he's saying. Trying to let us know. See, that's the thing about the OAHSPE is he likes to tell us what we can't see. That is the thing about the OAHSPE, man. The Creator, he tells us what we cannot see, and you're able to receive it. You are able to receive it, man. That's the miracle of who we are. The Creator, with him writing in this book right here, he's telling us about things we cannot see that we can receive. It's a miracle, man, And here he's telling you, hey, man, don't fret. Just like it say in the verse here, it says, hey, man, don't fret, man. It may look like ain't nobody going with you. Don't fret. Faith is, don't fret, man. You just keep going on, keep walking in your light. Just walk in your best light, man. If your work don't seem to be bearing no fruit, don't feel that way, man. You just walk your road. Walk your road, man. You just walk it, Don't the shepherd leave the 99 to go after the one? That's you faithless. He'll leave the whole 99, man, and go after that one. And that's what's happening right now. So here's, let's turn now to the study. Let's do the study on the vortexian law. I'm going to make some mistakes, but I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try to make it to where it bless our soul. I'm gonna try to make it to where it bless our soul, man. I'm gonna do my level best. So y'all forgive me the mistakes I'm gonna make. Forgive me the mistakes I'm gonna make. I'm gonna try to do my best though. So give me a second. I'm going to bring it up. I don't even know how to bring it up. So let me think for a second. I gotta think for a second. I gotta think. How do I? Now let me see. I practiced this. I practiced it, but I forgot. But give me a second. Just stay with me. Now, how do I bring it up? How do I do this, Jehovah? I forgot how to do this. Okay, now how? How do I do this? How? I got it. I got it. There it is right there. I did it. See? Pray. Ask. See? I did it right before y'all eyes. I had forgotten. I asked. He gave it to me. But I get beat up a lot too, man. I get beat up a lot too, man. All right. Vortexian. It should be vortexian. I got vortexian law. Vortexian law in baby terms, all right? I use AI to help me. And I wanted to start off by just trying to explain it in simple, really simple terms to start out with. And then the study is pretty long, okay? See that? You see all that? The study is pretty long. I may just break it up in two. See how long that study is? Because I certainly want to get to the Revelation 12 study. I want to do that, man. I want to do that. That's going to be fun, fun, fun. Seeing ourselves right there in the Bible. The faithist. It's the hidden manna. Remember Revelation 2:17? To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the hidden manna, man. So this is a long study. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go until the Spirit tell me to go to stop this, break it in half, and pick it up. I think I'll probably pick it up tomorrow until I get finished with it. How about that? So I'll just push the other titles up until I get finished with this. All right, let's look at it. Vortexian law in baby terms, okay? Let's start out trying to get a good understanding. And the reason, again, why I want to bring this up is I want us to see the invisible so that we can be strengthened to try to align ourselves. Let's be aligned. That's the whole thing, man. We want to align. We want to be aligned with the Creator. That's how we bless ourselves. Like the world says, you go with the flow. But when you go against the vortex, I know there's an invisible element to the vortex. When you go against that, then that's where problems, it seems to me, that's where problems come from. That's why I wanted to look at this. It says vortexian law in baby terms. I wonder, let me go to the chat. Can y'all see that? Somebody type a 1. If you could, can you read that? You might not be reading along with me. That's all right. I'll read it anyway and be commenting on it. Let me go. Okay, I'm in the chat now. How y'all doing, man? Good to see y'all. Dave, Prince, Mahalia. Creator be with y'all, man. Thanks for joining me. Can someone type a 1 if you can see that? Can you read that? Or should I try to make it larger? Can anybody read that? Type a 1 if you can read that. Somebody just type a 1 if you can read it. If you look at the screen, can you read that? There must be a delay on this video here. There's probably a delay. So can somebody read this? I think there's like a delay on this video here. It might even be as much as a 30-second delay. Okay, good. Dave, all right. Okay, good. So I'm leaving the chat now. I'm going to go to the screen. Thanks, Dave. I see that. You can read it. Okay, so now I'm going to the screen. So I'm going to trust that y'all can read it if you want to follow along. It says vortexian law in baby terms, meaning super simple, like explaining to a little child. It says, imagine the whole universe is like a giant playground with invisible swirly winds called vortices that spin around everything. The sun, the earth, the stars, and even people's souls. Jehovah, God the Creator, made these special spinning winds. Now, this is the vortex in baby terms. Okay? I want to try to make it as simple as possible to understand. And then you just kind of build on it to where you're real good at the technical understanding as we go along. But let's have a simple, easy foundation. Vortex, the vortex, spinning winds. They are like magic invisible hands that hold the earth spinning and moving nicely in space. So we have day and night and seasons in parentheses. The vortex help make rain, wind, and even the air we breathe. The vortex carries good spiritual feelings and light from heaven down to earth and help good souls grow and rise up to happier places. Now remember, this is baby terms. The vortex in baby terms. This is what I wanted to really concentrate on right here. The vortex carries good spiritual feelings and light from heaven down to earth, a vibration, a force, if you will, that can carry good spiritual feelings and light from heaven down to earth and help good souls grow and rise up to happier places. Now, another way I would describe this, the vortex, is inspiration. Inspiration in the sense that according to your grade, the vortex will affect you differently. Did you know that? The vortex, it will affect you. It'll inspire you differently from what I understand. It says vortexian law is just the simple rules for how these happy swirly winds work best. Okay, remember, this is a vortex in baby terms. Okay, as I go on, I'm gonna get more technical. All right. And vortex in baby terms means when people are kind, helpful, honest, and think about others, not just me, the swirly winds flow smoothly, the vortex. Everything feels lighter, happier, and better on earth. Good things grow easier, okay? When people are selfish, let's get it back over here. When people are selfish, mean, greedy, or only care about their own glory and stuff, they push against the swirly winds. The winds get bumpy and messy. Then the world feels heavier, more fights, more sadness, more trouble for everyone. Like when you try to run against a strong wind and get tired fast. Now, this is baby explanations, terms for the vortex. The vortex, what the creator uses to create. And the world would do well to learn this, because this is obviously something we have not learned, because in our reality today, all we do is fight. We're fighting against the vortex as a people, as a nation. When you go against the vortex, this is a law. If you go, it's just the same is true in empirical science, man. You know, all you got to do is see what'll happen. You know, like you get a glass of water, right? You know what I mean? And then you spin it with your finger. You know, you spin it with your finger. That's a vortex, and that's how the creator creates. You know, stars, planets, the moon. He said that's how he does it. You know, it gathers the elements, you know, forms them in the center of the vortex and vortices. And that's how things are created, to put it in baby terms. But you take a glass of water and you put your finger in it, and then you swirl the water, right? You swirl it around, and then you'll see a little vortex develop, right? But what will happen if you go against, you know what I mean? You start, instead of swirling it spinning it one way, you know what I mean? And then you start and spin the other way, you'll stop the flow. You'll disrupt the flow. You know what I mean? So I want to point out, and I think it's important that when we like, we got the template, the creator, he's given us with the OAHSPE, the revelation of the template. In other words, the way to go with the flow so that things may go well with us. Go along with the vortex. Go along with the putting down the ego. Go along with being kind, helpful, honest, trying to think about how you may serve other people, not just me, 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 me. Like it says up here, that helps the vortex flow smoothly. In other words, in your favor. Life and situations work in our favor. But when you go against that, like it says here, it's like trying to run against a strong wind. It works against you. That's like the major point I want to make about the vortex. There's more in the study here. The creator, when we go with the flow, like the creator says, learn to be selfless, learn to keep purity, learn to keep the diet, vegan, vegetarian, keep the diet. What other things can be mentioned? That's basically the gist of it right there. Non-resistant. You get the idea. Your inner light, following your inner light, the silent voice. These are things that help to keep it keeps us out of the way of resisting, of stopping, of interfering with the vortex. See, I want to make the point that there are invisible forces at work in our life. That's how it comes down to each one of us. We are interested in things going as smoothly as they can. And we get tested a lot, man. Other people, when they get you in an attitude and you fall for it, that's going against the vortex. See, it gets, like I was saying earlier, like the brother said in the study, whatever you do, you're dealing with people. Do not feed their beast, man. Meaning they say something to you, they make you angry, you respond angrily, they get angrier. See, their beast is stronger than ours, or it might not even be. But it takes that much for us. We have to fight to keep the beast in us down. I don't like to do it. I'm not very good at it. I'm trying. The only thing that I know really to do right now, and it's probably not the best thing, but I avoid people, or I keep them on a touch and go basis. And sometimes even that's a bit much, Just try to keep them on a touch and go basis, because you can bet your bottom dollar, at least if you're in my reality, at some point their beast is going to come out. And then that's where the challenge comes on you to hold your to hold your peace, man. Because pride rises up, then pride rises up in you. And it's got to be dealt with, man, because running from it is not always, you don't really overcome until you develop an immunity. You know what I mean? That seems like that's what the Creator trying to teach us. But if you develop an immunity to it, man, you are on top, man. You are on top, and I imagine the force will be with you. You know what I mean? Like they say in the movie, may the force be with you. Sometimes movies, they say spiritual things far beyond their knowledge and comprehension. Let the force be with you, man. Let it be with you. There's a spiritual element in our lives. We don't want to work against it, man. We don't want to go against the vortex. Because if we disrupt it, then things start, you know what I mean, breaking apart, Misfortunes seem to come around. Is what he seems to be saying here. Help it the swirly winds to flow smoothly. It's like playing nicely together on the playground. The game goes great. But if everyone pushes and grabs only for themselves, the whole game turns yucky and no one has fun. It says, in OAHSPE, the world gets worse. The more people fight these swirly winds, the vortex, the world gets worse by being selfish and unkind. See, I'm sorry to say, man. I'm very sorry to say. We have gotten way past this lesson, man. People probably laugh at you. You start talking about, if a faithist went before the United Nations, man, if they called a faithist to come and speak at the United Nations to help the world with the problems that how do we get out of this situation that we're in? We have found the OAHSPE. We realize that this is from the Creator. We are asking you to come and speak and tell us how we can remove ourselves from this situation we have gotten ourselves into, where we are fighting. We are unable to provide for our world citizens. Our supply chain is broken. Our resources are diminished. There is an imbalance where the few have much and the many have nothing. We need to correct this situation. How do we do it? And the faithist gets up there and says, the light of the Creator. You have to learn and keep the light of the Creator. You have to keep the vortexian law. As simple as that. The golden rule, man. And until we learn how to be selfless, how to serve our brother, to consider our brother ahead of ourselves, to deal with the personal evil that's within each of us, to know what it is, where it came from, and to put it down, we cannot as simple as that. We cannot progress. We cannot make it. We cannot make it. In OAHSPE, the world gets worse the more people fight these swirly winds, the vortex, by being unselfish, unkind. But it gets better and brighter when we go with the winds, the vortex, by being good to others, keeping promises, helping the sad or poor without making them feel worse, not showing off. Right now, we are in a special time called the cosmic era, where the swirly winds, the vortex from heaven, are getting stronger. So it's easier for kind people to make the world nicer. Now, that's the vortexian law in the simplest baby forms. Now, something it's not mentioning here is that it has opposing effects depending on your spiritual grade. I think we're going to get into that. Now, let's look at it in more depth, the vortexian law. In the spirit of OAHSPE, vortexian law, often expressed through the term vortexia or vortexia currents, power, refers to the fundamental, all-pervading, creative, and governing force of the universe established by Jehovah, the ever-present creator. It is not a single rigid rule, but the underlying cosmic mechanism that organizes, sustains, and evolves all things corporeal, physical, and spiritual through rotating, whirling vortices. Core meaning of vortexian law, OAHSPE's Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. The primary source describes vortexia as the dynamic power generated by vortex motion within the etheric solution. The etheric solution, which is a subtle, pervasive medium filling the universe, akin to an ether, but charged with spiritual qualities. Key principles include vortices as organizing structures. Every celestial body, sun, planet, moon, has its own vortex. A rotating, whirling envelope larger than the body itself. So can y'all picture that? Let's say that you have have y'all ever seen those variety shows where people do all kinds of tricks? And then there was a guy, he was able to spin like plates on these different sticks and keep like 10 of them going at one time. You know what I mean? You remember that? Where some guy, he could spin keep 10 plates spinning on a stick, you know. I'm trying to paint a picture of what it's talking about here, how each planet has its own little vortex. Each sun, planet, and moon, it's got it spins within, it's in the center of a vortex. Everything has its own vortex. The vortex turns the planet on its axis, on its points. It gathers and condenses matter from nebulous clouds or smooth substance in early creation. So here we have this spinning substance, and it takes from the atmosphere that it's spinning and it combines it and forces it to the center. You know what I mean? Like you spin water in a glass, right? And then it forms a center, a circle in the center. You know what I mean? So that's all it's saying here. It gathers from what it's circulating and kind of compresses it together in the center and maintains its form in motion. Maintains its form in motion. Withdraw vortexian power. Let's get this thing out of there. If you withdraw vortexian power, matter would dissolve. Okay, how do I remove this thing here? Move. It should be, and the world would dissolve into chaos. Matter would dissolve into chaos. This, I don't know if you can see this word. I got something blocking the screen right here. I don't know how to move it. Trying to move this thing off the screen. Okay, it says the world would dissolve into chaos. So we're basically, where we're on the earth, the vortex that's surrounding the earth, if it were to stop, it would just dissolve everything. Nothing would be able to be held in place anymore. Everything would just dissolve. It says the vortex has ages of development, from elongated open forms in youth to more rounded closed forms in maturity. Vortexia as a universal force. Vortexia is the same power manifesting differently according to volume, velocity, configuration, and locality. It underlies what mortals call gravity, magnetism, electricity, light, heat, sound, colors, and weather phenomena, or evaporation, rain, polar lights. It is not a substance, but the effect of rotary and orbitic motion in the etheric solution. So the etheric solution, if I may say so, if I were to try to describe it, I would say that it's like not the yellow of the yolk of the egg, but the substance around the yellow of the yolk of an egg. I would say that's similar to like an etheric solution. It surrounds the yolk of the egg, the earth being the yolk, the etheric being what, the atmosphere. That's probably not a good word, the atmosphere, but the surrounding, the vapor, the air of the earth. Like a whirlwind in air or whirlpool in water, positive, negative polarities, axial and equatorial flows and currents within the vortex explain attractions, repulsions, and condensations. So you got the positive, which contracts, and the negative, which expels, if I'm not mistaken. And the vortex has both properties. It's like it brings into the vortex, it expels from the vortex. If that makes any sense. The circular motion, it attracts and it expels. Positive, and it's equal to positive and negative polarities. Axial and equatorial flows and currents within the vortex explain attractions, repulsions, and condensations. When you stop the vortex, or you stop it, everything dissolves. Repulsions pushes away. Attractions attract and compress and combine. Spiritual and prophetic dimensions. Vortexia currents carry spiritual influence. Vortexia currents carry spiritual influence. Prophets and seers attuned to higher light perceive and interpret these currents to foresee the rise and fall of nations, changes and cycles, Danha, and the ascent or descent of souls. I don't understand that. Ascent or descent of souls. The true prophet achieves concordance, alignment, attunement. The true prophet achieves agreement, alignment, attunement. concordance. The vortexian currents pass through him uninterruptedly, allowing him to see and feel with the soul. So here you got a brother. He's in attunement, man. He's not providing resistance to the vortexia. It flows through him. And with that comes extra abilities, so to speak. That's the only way I can think to describe it. He's like a clear channel. There's no interference. He's able to download. He's able to he's a conduit for the, you know what I mean? He doesn't have any resistance in his spirit that allows him to more clearly interpret. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? It says the vortexian currents pass through him uninterruptedly, allowing him to see and feel with the soul. Meaning, like, he's got a good grip on the tetracts. I mean, so far as no blockages, you know, you can look at the tetracts as like blockages of the soul that keeps the vortexian current from running smoothly so that things can go our way more fully. You know what I mean? Look at here. It says different grades of resurrection, soul development. Look at this. Respond differently to the same currents. How do you like that? Look here. Vortexia, right? Look, it says in lower grades, vortexia may manifest as magic or self-opinionated prophecy. In higher grades is virtuous inspiration. How do you like that? That's saying something there. I think it's going to get explained a little more, but see, it affects different spiritual grades differently. Vortexia, it affects different soul development. How do you like that? Depending on your spiritual grade, it can result in magic or self-opinionated prophecy. We need more explanation on that. And I think it's meaning for a person uses the, how can I put this? For their own benefit, vortexia can work on them like that, where maybe they have a low spiritual grade and they're more self-centered. And that's how they are going to express the vortexia that runs through them, the effect that it's going to have on them. Someone with a lower grade, using it for self-interest, more self-interest, whereas a higher grade, virtuous inspiration. From what I understand, spiritual grade, like when AG falls, there's a separation also. It's like resurrection grades, they increase. And below resurrection grades get worse and worse. It says law of cycles and ascent. Vortexian law governs the great cycles of creation: darkness, light, soul progression. Planets and souls pass through vortex ages. Lower vortexes, Hayden atmospheria, bind self-focused souls. So Druges, lower the Hayden, lower heavens, atmospheria, the lower spirits in atmospheria, It says planets and souls pass through vortex ages. Now, wait a minute. I don't understand that fully. Vortex ages. I don't understand that fully, so I can't. I understand this part here. Lower vortexes, Hayden atmosphere, bind self-focused souls, while higher Ethereal vortices lift those who labor in righteousness, good works, service to others. Self-labor, self-glory, resist or pervert these currents. Lowering the grade, non-resistant service, consideration for others, and fulfilled integrity align with them, raising the soul toward oneness with Jovi. So it works one way on one grade and another way in another grade. Resurrection grade, brethren, AG, vortices, vortex, it works in our favor. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there because now I'm going to pick this up tomorrow. I'm going to keep on this until we get through the whole thing. I'm going to keep on this. I'm going to stop right here so I can go into the Revelation 12 study. I'm going to stop right here for this, right here. Now, let me see if I can bring up the Revelation 12 study. How about that? The Revelation 12 study. I'm sorry. I hope you guys love this, man. I hope you love it. The Revelation 12 study on the woman in the wilderness. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Let's make sure I've got the right study up. Nope, shoot. I got to bring it up on the screen. Let's see. How do you do this again? Okay, how do I do this? How do I do this again? Aha! I got it. There it is. The woman in the wilderness study. Okay, so we'll pick up on that tomorrow. Vortexian law. It's a long study, so I'm going to break it in pieces. Now I want to look at the woman in the wilderness in Revelation 12. I'm going to go back to this because it will bless our soul, because the Creator showing how he kept this information, this knowledge hidden, so that when we came along, we should easily be able to see that he's talking about what our experience would be. What our experience would be. We should easily be able to identify with the Revelation 12 study. And it's such a blessing to me, because I remember countless Bible studies where we had no understanding. It was all kinds of theories and speculation about what this meant, but no one could comprehend it because the understanding was impossible, because we did not have the OAHSPE. The Christian studies I had been in, all those church studies, it was nothing but speculation and guesses. That's all it was. And now the Creator it's almost embarrassing the way he is led he's letting us see he was talking about us all along, what our experience would be. And that just blesses your soul, because now we can I'm going to open up the whole, for what little time I got left on the earth. I'm going to go crazy on the Bible. I'm going to go absolutely nuts on it, man. I'm going to go all through the whole Bible, man. You know, I'm going to just go crazy, man, because it's just, I just shake my head, man. How do y'all remember where in the Bible, the disciples, can I show it to you? I want to show it to you, man, where they say, how will you reveal yourself to us and not to the world? Do y'all remember? And the Creator, he puts, okay, now I got to do a little dancing here. I hope I can do this. Hold on. Okay, now I hope I can do this right. I want to show y'all this, man, I just love it. All right, now let me, okay. All right, now we got this, right? All right. Now let me show you this, man, this little bit right here. Uh-oh, did I mess up? What's all this? Okay, let's get rid of that. Uh-oh, what's this messing up on me? Okay, now just bear with me 1 second. It's trying to mess me up here. All right. It says, the disciples asked, how will you reveal yourself to us and not to the world? King James Version. Where they ask you, the disciples at one point, they say, John 14:22. I love this question, man, because faithless, we know what this means now. Now, let me go back and make sure that I'm showing it on the screen. Okay, and check this out. They asked him a question. Judas saith unto him, not Iscariot, Lord, how is it that thou wilt manifest thyself unto us and not to the world? And that's what's happening right now. Let's read the rest of it. Let's get some context. Or here it is right here. Yet a little while and the world seeth me no more. Yet a little while and the world seeth me no more. This is the context of that verse. Yet a little while and the world seeth me no more. But ye see me, talking about faithless. Because I live, ye shall live also. At that day, ye shall know that I am in my Father. Now, this, I don't want to get into my theology, and I don't believe Jesus Christ or the New Testament ever existed. Well, like the brother said, there are two of them. Okay, so I don't want to get in too much into that. I'll just confuse you. But he says, at that day, ye shall know that I am in my Father, and ye in me. Now, I could just translate that I am in the Creator and ye in the Creator also. How about that? And I in you. All right. He says, he that hath my commandments and keepeth them, he it is that loveth me, and he that loveth me shall be loved of the Creator, and I will love him. Now, I don't want to butcher it. You know what I mean? It's hard to cut and edit here, And he says, and will manifest myself to him. So Jesus here is telling the disciples You don't see me. You're not gonna see me, and then you're gonna see me, and I'm gonna show myself to you. And then Judas said unto him, not Iscariot, Lord, how is it thou wilt manifest thyself unto us and not to the world? And then Jesus says, if a man love me, he will keep my words, and my Father will love him. We will come into him and make our abode with him. Now, as a faithist, you can see how this is true. Because the light right now is not coming to everybody. The light coming unto you is basically the Creator making his abode with you. Is him making his abode with you. Now, I personally believe that the Creator is in everybody, but it's like a light is no good unless you turn it on, if I may say so. He that loveth me keepeth not. He that loveth me not keepeth not my sayings. And the word which you hear is not mine, but the Father's which sent me. These things I've spoken to you, being yet present with you. Okay. So the main thing that I want to point out is that the Creator can reveal himself to some, but not to others. That's what we're witnessing right now. We're reading these words. There's still no understanding. No real good understanding in the religious world. Until the Creator gave us the OAHSPE. Now, I hope to prove what I'm talking about now, how it can only be referring to faithists. Revelation 12, the woman in the wilderness. Okay, now it says, OAHSPE does not provide a direct verse by verse. Now, this is just a standard paragraph they use for all studies when you use AI. I better read it anyway, though. It says, OAHSPE does not provide a direct verse-by-verse commentary or reinterpretation of the entire book of Revelation, including the symbols, woman of Revelation 12. OAHSPE is presented as a new revelation for the cosmic era that supersedes or reframes earlier scriptures, including the Bible. Rather than exegeting them chapter by chapter, it critiques much of organized Christianity. It critiques the OAHSPE. Much of organized Christianity is corrupted by false gods, idolatry, and lower heavenly influences while reinterpreting. It reinterprets Bible symbols within its own framework of cosmic cycles, angelic administration, vortexian forces, and the emergence of pure faithism, worship of Jehovah the Creator without intermediaries. How OAHSPE likely views the woman symbol in OAHSPE's cosmology, symbols like the woman in Revelation 12 are understood allegorically as part of the recurring pattern of spiritual history across eras. So it's saying that the woman can be identified, can be symbolic of the faithists throughout history. So the woman can not only be for this period of time, she can symbolize the history of faithists all throughout the time from our creation. The woman, it was applicable back then in one way or another to different eras, and it's applicable now. It says the woman symbolizes pure spiritual principle. The woman symbolizes pure spiritual principle. The embryonic light of true faith. The woman, faithist. Faithist. We're called to purity and true spirituality, no intermediaries. The woman symbolizes the pure spiritual principle, the embryonic light of true faith, or the higher feminine creative aspect, often linked to nurturing, birth, and the bride of the new era. She represents the remnant of Jehovah's truth. See, she represents the remnant. Faithists are not a lot of people. It seems like we never were. The woman represents the remnant of Jehovah's truth, or the seed of the coming cosmic order that gives birth to higher manifestations such as inspired teachers, prophets, or the eventual kingdom of Jehovah on earth. The woman, the remnant of Jehovah's truth, the woman, she bears the seed of the coming cosmic order. And what does the cosmic order do? It gives birth to higher manifestations, higher knowledge, higher understanding, such as inspired teachers, prophets, or the eventual kingdom of Jehovah on earth. The fact that she's clothed with the sun, remember in Revelation it says, I saw a woman clothed with the sun and the moon on her feet. It says she was clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet. And she had a crown of 12 stars. It says this radiant imagery would align with OAHSPE's description of high ethereal heavenly light, divine glory, and structured heavenly orders. You know what? Let me go back for a second to the woman in the wilderness, okay? And I want to show something. I forgot. I want to show something from the OAHSPE that I think you're going to like. The woman in the wilderness, right? Something was, I was given something to share that I want to share with y'all. Something I found in the OAHSPE that I think you're going to like. Let me see if I can find it. Now, let me see if I can find it. Okay, that's not it. Okay, now I think this is it. Yeah. Now, looking at the woman in the wilderness, look at this. I did a little word study in the OAHSPE to see if I could find anything that would harmonize with Revelation 12 and the woman in the wilderness, or yeah. And I found this, man, you know. In the book of Ben, I think it is. Now I'm going to read this, man. It says in the book of Ben, chapter 36, 9-11. Now, I know I'm jumping in the middle of a thought here. And man is compelled to give up the things of old and to look around him and rouse himself up to the ways of the Almighty. And I'm tempted to go up. Out of this, man, see, I can go all the way to the beginning of the OAHSPE now if I don't stop somewhere. I'm going to try to start right here. Out of the tumult, Jehovah rises supreme in every cycle. He leads forth a few who know him and establishes them as a separate people in the world. Uz said, and at the time of Jehovah's triumph, I come and make myths out of the deposed gods and saviors. Uz, destruction of gods and saviors. at the time of Jehovah's triumph, I come and make myths out of deposed God and saviors. Uz says that. Uz destroys them. Look at that. Then I stretch forth my hand against the libraries and houses of ancient records, and I destroy them. It kind of sounds like the Alexandrian library, doesn't it? The way Uz stretched forth his hand and that library was burnt up. Uz, in an effort to destroy men from using the ancient learnings and teachings to replace the progression of the knowledge of Jehovah. If he had, men are tempted to look to the ancients and outdated teachings to govern them for the future. So you cannot use the old, you know what I mean? And man is compelled to give up the things of old. So he burns up, Uz destroys the libraries and houses of ancient records. Uz destroys them, and man he's compelled to give up the things of old. He has to give them up because they're not around anymore. They're destroyed. Man is compelled to give up the things of old and to look around him and rouse himself up in the ways of the Almighty. So he takes away the old so that men, it's like they have to, force themselves to evolve. Oh, if only the prophets would apply my lessons of the past in order to foretell the future. Behold, there is no mystery in heaven and earth. They march right on. Cycle follows cycle. Summer follows winter. In the overthrow of departing gods, behold, there is the beginning of a new springtime in Jehovah's seasons. You could apply that to OAHSPE. In the overthrow of the departing gods, behold, there is beginning of a new springtime in Jehovah's seasons. He plants a new tree in his garden. It is a tree of new light for the righteous. That's what the OAHSPE is to us. This is new light, man. And then check this out. His chosen go out away from the flesh pots of the past. And they have neither kings nor emperors, only the Almighty. Look at this. Into the wilderness they go. Into the wilderness they go forth, persecuted and beset on all sides by followers of the mythical gods. That's basically, here we are in the world, separated from the majority in our spirit. We're basically in secret places in our minds, in our souls, separated. Into the wilderness they go forth, persecuted and beset on all sides by followers of the mythical gods, meaning Christianity by religion. Every other religion is espoused except faithism. There is no exposure to the light of faithism. Only the religions of the mythical gods on all sides surrounding the faithists. I just thought that was just fantastic, man. The way that's the description of our reality right there in the OAHSPE. Let me go back to the study. Revelation 12 again, the woman in the wilderness. Now, I was down here. So the Creator is telling us, even right there in the OAHSPE, how wilderness experience is common for faithists. During the ark cycle, we run here, we get separated there, same thing now, man, The new light is causing brethren to come out of the beast of Anramanius on our own, cannot be heard, cannot talk to anyone about these things with any interest. People, they'll listen, they'll give ear because they're interested, because you're interested, but it don't go very far. People will even get excited when you talk to them about this new light, about the Creator, about he's letting us go from religion now. He's setting us free so that we can ascend to higher heavenly glories, so that we can have that foundation, how we don't have to rely on the earth. We don't have to give the earth everything. We don't have to, fear if the dainties, like it says in Revelation 18, are removed. Faith does have a foundation. Y'all remember that in Revelation 18? Where it talks about Babylon, how the dainties have been removed from you. The dainties of life that the earth loves so much, that ties into the earth. Faith is free of those things. We're free. We've been set. See, I'm not getting into the study here, man. I can get going. It says the woman, she's clothed with the sun, the moon under her feet, crowned 12 stars. This is radiant imagery that would align with OAHSPE's description of high ethereal, heavenly light, divine glory, structured heavenly orders. It says the sun could evoke eth, which is the subtle universal solvent or light, or the highest heavenly administrations. The 12 stars might parallel organized heavenly hosts, are the 12 divisions in OAHSPE's prophetic tables, otherwise called the Arachnebula. Now, this is speculative, I understand that, but it's legitimate though. It's legitimate. Their speculation here is legitimate, man, of the sun, of the 12 stars. That's legitimate. That's valid. The woman is pregnant and in labor. The painful birth represents the struggle of bringing forth new spiritual light during the end of the old cycle. See, we just left the Ark of Bond, right? The old cycle, the Ark of Bond, the beast era of war. Well, it's still overlapping into the Cosmic era. The remnants of the old cycle are overlapping into the Cosmic era. It's like there's a little bit of an overlap from the old cycle of the Ark of Bond into the Cosmic era. It says the woman in labor is the painful birth. The painful birth represents the struggle of bringing forth new spiritual light during the end of the old cycle, the beast era of war, false gods, and material idolatry. I like to share about how hard it is in my reality of bringing forth the light. It's a struggle, man. It's painful. Most people are stillborn, man. They just don't want to hear it. They can react violently. You better hold your peace, man. You mention it, you mention the OAHSPE to somebody, man, and they will chop your head off. I've seen it with my own eyes, man. The painful birth, the struggle of bringing forth new spiritual light during the end of an old cycle, the beast era of war, false gods, material idolatry. That's the power that's in the world today. What is it? God, oil, guns, I think is the motto, or, God, oil, and guns, or something like that. Materialism. The male child who is to rule all nations with a rod of iron could be reinterpreted as a messianic or prophetic figure like past emissaries such as Zarathustra, Poe, Brahma, or the collective birth of cosmic consciousness that is quickly caught up to higher protection. Okay, so I subscribe to that. The OAHSPE said there will not be no loud speaking preacher, to proclaim the cosmic era, that it was going to be thousands. It's almost as if there was some event that was going to sweep the world into the cosmic era, is from what I understand. Now, I could be wrong. But I do subscribe to this, though. The collective birth. Well, that's just what I was saying. The collective birth of cosmic consciousness that is quickly caught up to higher protection. It's almost as like, when you get this knowledge, it's hard to break it, man. It's hard to refute the OAHSPE. It takes some effort, man, to refute this. The OAHSPE, I personally, I don't see how it can be done. You have to be. It's hard, man. I don't think I'll ever see anybody refute the light of the Creator. And that's how you're caught up to higher protection in your mind through the light, the strength of the light of the OAHSPE. It's like saying a faithist, you're just not going to convert him to anything else. He's caught up to higher protection. The light of the knowledge catches, when a brother comes into this light, they get caught up to higher protection. It's like an Ethereum snatches them. I think the same is true in the spiritual. Once a brother, sister passed on in the spiritual and they begin to receive it, from what I understand, an angel, it's like they snatch him, they get him out of there when he changes his mind. The dragon, Satan, the devil. In OAHSPE, this corresponds to lower atmospheric spirits, false gods. The Satan or deist figures who set themselves up as rulers, or the residual darkness, aging influences that seeks to devour or corrupt emerging light. OAHSPE frequently describes how self-proclaimed gods and their angelic followers war against higher Jehovah-aligned forces and persecute the faithful on earth. And so again, that kind of explains to me, like, for faithist situations in life, and you may call them inconsequential, obscure incidences. I don't think any eventuality is too small for false gods when it comes to afflicting, oppressing a faithist in ways that you have no idea. Anything that causes your spiritual grade to decrease, I wouldn't be surprised if a false god is not behind that. I know that they are interested in keeping their realms populated, and I don't see anything beyond the, what's a good word for, I don't see the false gods and Druidian spirits anything beyond their, what's a good word for, beyond their capability to, or their, there's a word I'm looking for. I don't see anything beyond the willingness of the Lord, the Druidian spirits, the false gods, to make a faith to stumble in daily life. they influence their people. And I don't think it's beyond them to influence their people to present a situation that will help to afflict a brother or sister in order to get them to at least lower their spiritual grade, to get them to operate on a lower vibration. I think that's what we're up against. It says OAHSPE frequently describes how self-proclaimed gods and their angelic followers war against Jehovah aligned forces and persecute the faithful on earth. See, every day, man, the Creator, I mean, it seems like we get tested every day. I think situations in life are for a reason, for a purpose. Every single day, man. It seems like even, sometimes I laugh sitting in my apartment, and vexation and affliction, it just seemed to find me. Here, I think I'm all tucked away. I'm safe. I'm protected. Well, I am protected. I believe that. But it finds me, It'll find me, man. Something will break down, something, just something, to happens to get you to want to cuss out loud, It says the woman flees into the wilderness. This is one of the clearest points of resonance with OAHSPE's teaching, meaning this is a strong one right here. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to do the study. The woman in the wilderness, man, this saying here, this is a real strong example of the faithists in the Bible. Here it says the wilderness means a place or state of withdrawal, simplicity, purification, divine protection, away from the corrupt cities, organized religions, governments that protect vice, and worldly power structures. During dark or transitional periods, the pure light truth is preserved and nourished, look at this, in small, hidden communities or among scattered individuals living by higher laws. See, we're hidden, man. We're here in the world, man, and they don't know we're here. They can't find us. We're scattered. We're small, hidden communities, Our videos are not viral, We can't talk to nobody about these things. And the Creator is where the woman flees into the wilderness, man. It's like an automatic thing. Nothing you can do against it, man. You have to go with us into the wilderness, where we live by the higher laws, nonviolence, purity, communal ethics, direct communion with Jehovah. As you notice, when brothers pray, we pray straight to Jehovah. We don't pray in anybody else's, through anyone. We pray to Jehovah or one of his other names. It is not literal exile for most, but a deliberate separation, hiding until the cycle shifts and higher angelic hosts can bring fuller light in the cosmic era. That's where we are right now. Basically, you got to hold your peace, at least from what I can experience in the world. I really have to size up a mortal before I decide to give a little bit of light. If I don't get a witness, I hold my peace, man, until they say something. I hold my peace, man. I've learned to hold my peace. Don't just go assuming that people love to hear anything about the Creator. Don't assume it, man. You'll get hurt. So we go into hiding, man, It's not a literal exile, but a deliberate, you don't want none of that Uzian smoke, man. I don't want no more of it, man. The anti-Jehovahans, No, I'd rather go into hiding, man. I'd rather let my peace return unto me, man. I don't like that smoke that they give you, cussing you out, getting angry with you, fussing with you, can't even have a civil conversation. The light in my reality, when I try to share it, it has a violent effect on people because they condemned in themselves. They condemned in themselves, man. You don't mean it that way. That's why you're sharing it with them so they can come out of self-condemnation. The woman goes into the wilderness, and so now the dragon turns to the rest of her offspring. These are the faithful who keep the commandments of Jehovah, are the higher law, and maintain the testimony of light amid persecution. In OAHSPE terms, this points to faithists, those who live the cosmic disciplines rather than following the 5 social orders of the beast-like era, like capitalism, materialism, self-service, self-seeking, 5 social orders, it calls it. I forget what they are. The dragon goes after us, and Romanians, they go after those who know the Creator and maintain the testimony of light amid persecution. In OAHSPE terms, this points to faithists, those who live the cosmic disciplines rather than following the 5 social orders of the beast-like era. That's what you, brethren, are up against, man. I'm here to tell you, we are in a fight. We are in a fight, man. We're in a fight. Across the whole book of Revelation, OAHSPE's lens would frame the entire book of Revelation as a channeled vision mixing genuine angelic insight with the limitations and corruptions of the Christian era, the 4th era, or Osirian Gaian cycle in OAHSPE's timeline. Key apocalyptic elements, beasts, seals, trumpets, Babylon the harlot, the New Jerusalem, are seen as symbolic of the exposure and fall of false systems, idolatrous churches, warring nations, materialistic powers during the shift to cosmic. That's where we are right now. The exposure of false systems, idolatrous churches, warring nations, materialistic powers during the shift to cosmic. And this is embarrassing in its clarity, ain't it? This is embarrassing, man. This is truly embarrassing because this is a summation of our reality. This is truly a summation of our reality. Idolatrous churches. And the thing that makes you marvel is the power of deities and materialism and the flesh, the worship of the self, the power of Romanians during the shift to cosmic. These things are getting it's embarrassing. And there ain't nothing we can do about it, man. There ain't nothing we can do about it. That's why I stay up mostly all night. I just can't. I shake my head. I cannot stop looking at the geopolitical situation in the world today and how we cling to things that cannot last. We cling to things. Right now, America do not want to give up its number one position in the world. It's a painful transition to the multipolar world where power now is going from west to east. Power is going from the west to the east, and America don't want to give it up. And so what do? They go and they try to, like the OAHSPE says, they turn to grasping power. Grasping power. They don't want to see the nations of the East unite, start trading among themselves, shutting out the West. It's like when to me, it's like a jealous girlfriend. When you break up with her, may God help you, man. She's liable to do anything to you. I've experienced it. I remember one time I used to date somebody and we broke up and she busted the windows out of my car and she tore up everything inside to the extent I didn't know that was humanly possible. You know, she busted my windows. She busted my stereo, my tape collector, my seats, everything on the inside of that. It was nearly unusable. It was the closest to totaling a car with human hands I have ever seen. You know, America's the same way, man. They're the same. What's going on right now, the shift to Cosmin, where people are going to have, I fear for this country. I fear for this country, man. I fear for it. Because we are so proud. I tell you another story. Man. I probably shouldn't say this. Let me think. Maybe I shouldn't. I better not, man. It goes along the lines of the pride of America. That's what it went along the lines of. The pride of America. The pride of America. And the Creator can break that pride. And if you don't want to go along with it, it's going to hurt, man. It's going to hurt. It's better to go along with the vortex. Get out of the way. Go along with the vortex. Stop fighting the vortex, man. You're going to get hurt. I'm talking about America, the American spirit, man. The American spirit, it's going to hurt breaking America. America is going to get broken. America is going to break this country and its pride. People are proud. They don't think anything, man, of people, leaders. They get up there. They talk about how many people they killed, how many bombs they dropped. Like that's progress. Like that's progress. Like that's progress. The exposure of false systems, idolatrous churches, warring nations. This is where we live. The shift to Cosmin. Cycles of light, Dan, overcoming darkness, AG, the ultimate triumph. This is a summation of the revelation. The ultimate triumph of Jehovah's kingdom on earth through gradual spirit evolution, not a single cataclysmic end. So we know that it's going to take time. We're going to witness a gradual evolution of the human mind to faithism. A gradual evolution. We're going to see it. So the woman narrative and the woman narrative in chapter 12 fits as a microcosm of this. The pure seed of truth. The pure seed of truth labors, is threatened by lower forces, is divinely protected in seclusion in the wilderness, ultimately contributes to the new birth of the higher order. OAHSPE emphasizes that in the Cosmin era, such protection gives way to open manifestation as mortals gain direct access to heavenly light and build communities aligned with Jehovah. OAHSPE's tone is optimistic for the long term. The woman, pure light, is safe and being nourished now amid current turbulence, even if the outside world appears chaotic. The call is for individuals to live in that wilderness state, us as faithists. Keep living, you just keep living in simplicity, purity, separation from corruption, while preparing for the fuller dawn of cosmic. That's our hope, man. One day the world is going to see what you brethren see. It's always painful, man, to see things that other people can't see. And I don't know, but my spirit keeps saying, man, faithists are going to be vindicated. When our brethren see, just like the story of Joseph, when his brethren, when they finally saw that he was their brother, man, and they sold him, he was in prison. I think the Creator, he gives us that story for a lesson, for a reason, man. He gives us that story for a reason. I personally believe our brethren are going to look upon their faithless brethren. Somehow, I don't know, I could be wrong. It says this is a synthesized interpretation based on OAHSPE's overall teaching on cycles, the remnant, and the cosmic transition. As the text does not quote or analyze Revelation 12 explicitly, in most standard editions, different faithless readers may nuance it slightly. That's where the hidden manna is. It's in the nuance. If you have a specific OAHSPE passage and then it goes on, that's just normal for AI study. And that will conclude the video for the study. And back to the chat now. And all right, you got Daryl in here, Dave. So I'm not done by a long shot, man. I'm going to go crazy on the Bible. If you guys want me to share the link, type 1. I'll put the link in there if you want to share anything before I close. But I want to I'm eager to let you brethren know that the Creator he's letting us know that the light will increase. He's bringing, if you're looking at the world in any type of fashion, you see that we're in a very perilous situation, man. You know, we cannot go on like this. The supply chains, you brethren, you don't feel it yet. And I hope faithists don't feel it. And I want to say again, man, and I mean this with all my heart. And I just hope somebody will listen, man, and take me seriously. I hope somebody take me seriously, man. You know, if you are struggling, if you are a brother, especially a faithist, a brother or sister, anybody, man, in this nation, or you hear of them, let me emphasize faithists only, man. Faithists only. Okay, Dave, you want me to share the link so you can come on? Okay, hold on. I am now. I think that I'm supposed to tell you, brethren, this. If somebody hear me, all right, and you struggling, and you need help, I'm telling you, you better let me know, man. You can use this platform because it's going to be, brethren are going to need help, okay? I'm saying this because we come into a time, there's trouble on the horizon, all right? And I ain't trying to fearmonger anybody. I'm a brother. I don't work. I'm handicapped, and I can keep up. See, many of you brethren work, and I'm trying to. The Creator is letting me be a watchman, and I'm telling you, there is serious trouble. All right, the supply chain of the world is the part 20. At least 20% of it is broken. What am I talking about? That Strait of Hormuz, that's where the world's oil passes through, is shut down. And right now we're running on fumes. We trade with other nations, and when they run out, the capacity, the capacity to the capacity to export has been shut down. You see what I mean? That's how we're affected. The capacity to export, to produce liquefied natural gas, to export to the world so that they can continue to trade, has been heavily affected. And when you consider that we in the Cosmic era now, we just got finished reading about the transitioning from one era to another. Remember the woman pain to be delivered. That is to bring the light to the world. We are the people. You people, we the people. We gotta go through this. So if there are brethren who are struggling, no matter what it is, man, you gotta let me know. And I'm gonna bring it to the nation. And hopefully the Creator, he'll use our by how we deal with one another. Hopefully that'll spread, and he'll bring the light to bring the kingdom about that way. So I just want to make sure that word gets out there at this channel. If you know a brother or sister who's struggling, you can come and you can let this channel know, and we can deal with the situation, and it will get dealt with. How you doing, Dave?
Oh, not too bad. And yourself there, brother?
Doing good, man. You know, just watching and waiting our world,
That spirit has already been advised long time ago in George Washington's vision at Valley Forge. Did you know that?
Say again?
You said that the spirit of America could be broken by Creator.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's already happened way back at Valley Forge.
Well, I don't know about that, but because
George Washington, he had a vision at Valley Forge at in the American Revolution. You can look it up.
Well, he might have had a vision, but what I mean by as long as we are proud and we are divided and we don't humble ourselves, then I don't think that there ain't no type America. We're a long way away from having our spirit broken, is what I was saying.
No, but it's coming.
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Well, you were saying that George Washington said it was already broken or something like that?
Yeah. George Washington was informed by an angel that this would happen.
So the angel was telling him like he was speaking prophetically,
Yeah,
or the angel was speaking like it's already been done, but in our
yeah,
time, looks like it has not been done. Oh, okay. I can receive that. Yeah.
yeah. This is what I was trying to explain. Is why I put that comment in chat.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that till just now. Yeah, well, I can receive that because our time is not their time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So
Now that
I'm
that
glad to
that
hear that. I'm glad to hear that though. But on this side of reality, it's
that
bittersweet. Man. Huh?
see that angel already spoke about that manifest destiny thing,
Mm-hmm. Manifest
right?
destiny. Now,
Yeah.
what is that?
Well, that's where I'm
You
going
can't
to say
avoid
in
what's
the
coming. Is that what manifest destiny is? It's like you cannot avoid what's coming.
no. The manifest destiny action was taken to drive the native people off the lands, put them on reservations,
Well,
right?
that's kind of like what
So,
I'm saying. I mean, it's like when the government is let's say they're going to build a railroad or something, and the house is in the way.
yeah.
Person who owns the house, it's like they force him to sell his land or so.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
I call manifest destiny. It's
yeah.
like
That
nothing you can
well,
do about it. You know.
that was done to the native people.
Yeah, yeah.
Now,
But that's
the
what I call manifest destiny.
the highest court in the land is the Supreme Court, is it not?
Yeah,
Now, the Supreme Court ruled that the Cherokee people who were in North Carolina didn't have to move.
hmm
Correct?
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Well, you can easily look that
You know,
up.
I believe you. I believe you. What you
Um,
know? What,
Now, Andrew Jackson, who was president at the time, and the United States Army drove them out of North Carolina all the way to Oklahoma.
yeah, Trail of Tears.
Trail of Tears.
So you're saying the government said they didn't have to move, but Andrew Jackson forced them to move.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
saying the
okay,
Supreme Court said they did not have to move.
right. Okay. Well, I
Right?
thought it was from
But
Florida to Oklahoma.
that's the other 2/3 of the government, right? The executive branch under Andrew Jackson and the military moved them out,
hmm
right? And I'm going to say that the House of Representatives and the Senate went right along with them. There's 3 branches of government, and they're all supposed to overwatch one another.
Supposed to.
Yeah, but in this case, it didn't happen.
hmm
You see, and because of that, it is one of the reasons that we're going to be going through a lot of problems with the other nations, because we're just increasing that manifest destiny thing, right? Whereas now we're trying to take over the whole world, be number one,
Oh, okay. I think I see your point. Yeah.
you see.
Yeah. Yeah. I fear for what we're doing, man, and I attribute it to, like I was saying earlier, when you see a power shift that we currently are witnessing, that's not easy. It's like it's not easy for a nation to give up its preeminent position.
No, it doesn't want to because it's greedy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolute greed.
It's going, from what I can see, it's like I was, the vortex, when you keep going, it only gets worse, man. The more you go against it, if you keep on, you don't change course, you just make it worse, man. You know? And
Like you're trying to sail your ship into the wind. It's not going to work.
yeah,
Ship's going to stop, and it's going to go backwards if the sails
yeah,
are still up. You got
yeah.
to take them sails down.
I didn't realize that until I just read this study just a couple of days ago. I didn't really understand that we have unseen forces that they work like law. If
Yeah.
you go against the vortex, you're resisting the natural flow. And you know what I mean? I mean, it's like, let me find a better way of saying that. When you go against the creator's intended order, does that make sense? There's no way that we can prosper. We can only make it worse, man.
Correct.
And I didn't really understand that until just a couple of days ago. That's why I wanted to do the study. And then when I look at the course we're on, we're saying we're going to not only keep going against that vortex, we are going to go even more against that vortex. We're going to go more against the flow. I say that because of the situation going on right now. You probably haven't been following the situation over in the Middle East like I have.
No,
They had a ceasefire. They had a ceasefire. They had a ceasefire, right? And America and Israel used that time to reload.
Oh, yeah.
They sent 2 more battleships over there. Can you believe that? They flew. Do you know that they flew in? I don't know how many bombers. They're over in You know what bombers do, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
B1s, B2s.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know if you went on the internet right now, they sent a whole bunch of them over to Tel Aviv. Did you know that?
Oh, yeah.
Now what?
Well, I didn't know that, but yeah, it sounds like exactly what they do, rearm.
So a faithist should be able to see. I think that a faithist can really appreciate that when you go against the vortex, the created order, the intentions of the creator, it brings about the more you go against it, the heavier the calamity. That's the way that the vortex, the resistance to it works, from what I understand. That's why I wanted to talk about it. I never really understood that. There's a spiritual element at play here.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the laws of the vortex are just as valid as the laws of the land. Stop at red, pay your taxes, they're just as valid and certain, if not more. So what we read, it said we can predict with certainty what will come when you continue to go against the vortex like that. The creator is saying with certainty, this is what's going to come your way. So that's why I wanted to really share it, because if we're not going to change course, man.
Oh no.
The leadership is too proud. can't admit defeat, will not share the world.
Well, a lot of it is due to the I'm going to say quote unquote Christianizing,
Uh-huh.
right, of this country.
Yeah. Do you like what I read earlier about
Oh yeah.
what the
Oh yeah.
Creator said? He said that he is exposing fully the corrupt institutions of our day, of the beast. He
Oh yeah.
said he's exposing it fully. In other words, lifting the nakedness. I think that even says it. There's a verse in the Bible where it says, I will show thy nakedness. Let me see if I can find it. There's a verse in the Bible that talks about, and I believe it's talking about, let me see. And I will lift thy nakedness, King James Version. Yep, check this out. This is just the amazing thing, man, about the OAHSPE, man. It is not complete. I mean, the Bible is not complete without it. Not as maybe the Bible won't be complete, but it cannot be like without it. Get what it says in Revelation 2:17, the hidden manna. Check this out. Thy nakedness shall be uncovered, thy shame shall be seen.
Now you're gonna have to
I
put it
won't
up
take
on the
it now,
screen.
maybe, you know, so that might, let me see. Have to look at it in context. Come down, sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. I think that's talking about America.
Yeah.
Because America is the daughter of Great Britain, I think. I heard when I used to study this, the virgin daughter of Babylon, untouched, old daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstones and grind meal, uncover thy locks, make bare the leg, uncover the thigh, pass over the rivers. Thy nakedness shall be uncovered. Yea, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance. I will not meet thee as a man, for our redeemer. So I don't know. I can't really, I have to do a study on this one. But I remember this, thy nakedness shall be uncovered. And we read that tonight a little bit about how the Creator, he was saying he was going to expose the 5 orders of the beast. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Basically, he's exposing the 5 orders of the beast. I don't think I put that on the screen. Let me, I forgot to put that on the screen.
Yeah,
that was interesting. You know, it's, there's the Bible is, I mean, the way that the OAHSPE is just able to just lay it open. But you don't even need this verse to know that there's a lot of exposing going on. And I think that the path that we're on, this is pretty perilous, man. You know, like no other time in history. And I say that because I've been hearing analysts say that. People who really know about, you know, historians and conflagrations in the history and which ones are bad and which ones are really bad. So I hate to talk about this stuff, man, but it's nothing we can do about it except try to learn how we can minimize the impact. Still there? Did I lose you?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
So what did you think of the study tonight?
I'm just reading the that quote that you put up there.
Oh, Isaiah here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to do a little study on this.
It sounds right. Instead of Lord of Hosts, it'd be Creator, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, America has clothed itself, right,
Mm-hmm.
in supposedly righteous garb,
Mm-hmm.
right? But Creator going to strip away that righteous garb and show the real truth or the nakedness
Mm-hmm.
of Babylon's sin. And I don't know, I'm going to say several preachers in the past have referred to America as Babylon.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's Babylon and there's the virgin daughter of Babylon. I think that is referring to Babylon as the world system, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And
the
daughter of Babylon as the offspring or the product of I forget. It's like the product of
the world system.
previous world power is how I used to understand it, virgin daughter of Babylon. And a lot of people, at least the understanding before that I used to have was that it was speaking of America because it was virgin daughter, meaning untouched by war.
Yeah.
And it was basically described as riches and power. And like it says here in Isaiah 47, all these things really help. They really seem to point to America.
Yeah.
You know, I think this is one of those chapters that people equated with America without even needing the OAHSPE. I think the OAHSPE, I think when I do a study on this, is just going to detail it even more. I'm going to probably after I close the video, I'm going to look at this.
Do you remember in, I think it was 1977 or 76, when the comet Kohutek passed through?
Is that the one where the people were dressed in purple, wearing black Nikes?
No, that's the other one.
Hale-Bopp. Oh, okay, yeah.
Hale-Bopp, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the previous comet was the comet Kohutek. Well, I was in the army at that time, and they had this thing about I can't see if I can remember the preacher's name. Oh yeah, The World Tomorrow with Herbert W. Armstrong.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
Right. Now he said that that comet Kohutek was coming and going to hit New York. Of course, it never did, but he equated New York with Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I know several. I'm saying several other preachers have also done the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But what astonishes me that yeah they're right in a sense. Yeah, we're going to get our comeuppance, all right, but it's going to be in Creator's time and in Creator's way.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I've been, like I said, listening. I've been really following what's going on over there. And the most pressing issue that I can see right now is the damage done to the supply lines, the global supply lines. Because when Iran started bombing the Gulf Coast countries and Israel, they went straight for the refineries and they closed the strait. And the way the strait works is, if you don't get if you break that supply, then it takes a long time to get things restarted again. Now, they say as of right now, if they reached a deal yesterday, it would take 6 months before things could reach even a fraction of the level they were before the strait was closed. Because the refineries, Kuwait, Qatar was like a leader in liquefied natural gas. It's been, I think, totally shut down. That's liquefied natural gas. And
Well,
they,
this may prove to be a benefit.
well, I think so. You know what? That's what I was thinking. The creator, see, one thing I have seen, even with the study of Revelation, is the doom and gloom language of Revelation. It's not the same with the OAHSPE.
Yeah,
And so by the taking away of the current system, if the creator, it seems like when he talks about replacing it, it's with something better,
yeah.
you know?
Such as wind power, solar power.
Yeah, yeah. We've been taught to look negatively. Christianity has taught us to look to the future with doom and gloom, negativity, and it's backed up by the judgment language of the scriptures. When you read the trumpets and you do a study on the trumpets, it's nothing like what Christianity says.
Yeah, yeah.
False gods, they like to play on people's fears.
Oh, yeah,
That's how they keep their kingdoms populated.
yeah, yeah.
Did you like what we shared about Yatante earlier?
Oh, yeah, definitely, definitely.
So I think that it said that Yatante was going to, it was going to, I forget the exact language, something about it was going to be, um, it was going to be here up until all wars and conflict. Great, I think I forget what it said. You probably remember where it said that it was going to be here until basically all the wars and the conflicts were going to be ended.
Yeah, yeah,
So it sounded like, and the creator seemed to say that the that Yatante was going to play a pivotal role in the spreading of the light on the earth.
yeah.
Well, I thought that was interesting. So,
And Utante is centered over the U.S.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
You see.
yeah, 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 yeah. So you said that with the threat to the system of things the way they are, that it could turn out a lot better than what people think. Expound on that a little bit.
Okay. If we're not so dependent on oil and trade with other nations,
Yeah,
we'll have to become more self-reliant,
yeah, that's what I thought you were going to say.
you see.
Yeah,
And we'll have to develop alternatives to using fossil fuels, such as coal and oil and natural gas.
yeah, but isn't that harmful?
Would it be harmful?
Coal, doesn't that pollute the air?
Oh, yeah. I said we have to uh, come up with alternatives
Oh, okay.
to using fossil fuels,
Oh,
such
oh,
as
okay. Yeah.
coal, oil, and natural gas, which is pumped out of the ground. Uh, yeah, it uses a lot of water to move those coal slurry uh,
Mhm,
to different refining plants,
mhm,
such as
mhm.
in Shiprock, New Mexico, and other places.
Hey, Dave, where you are, let me see, you're in Arizona like I am. You guys having water problems where you are?
The what?
Are you guys having water problems where you are?
Oh yeah, a little bit because California uses a lot of that Colorado River
I
to
turned the
generate
tap
its
on
own electricity.
down here. I turn the tap on in my bathroom. Nothing but a little trickle comes out.
Hmm.
Just a little trickle, man. I mean, it's enough to wash your hands with and that sort of thing. Now, if I were to take a shower, then it's um, what you would expect. But the faucets, man, they like dribble, the kitchen area. I seen a video the other night about Phoenix and the water problems that they are having.
Well, a lot of the I'm going to say ground level water has been diverted.
Yeah, the aquifers.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I heard the same thing.
with the lack of rainfall in this area,
Yeah,
we've been under I'm going to say drought conditions for quite a while,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and so the rain hasn't had time to soak back into the ground
Hmm,
and revive those aquifers.
hmm.
Especially up around Flagstaff and northern Arizona,
Are they
where
building
the
data
snow
centers
comes
up
down.
around? Have they been talking about building any data centers up around where you live?
Excuse me?
Has there been any talk of building data centers near where you live?
Not that I've heard of,
Okay. You've heard about them, right?
but I'm sure that the technology they have is taking data anyway from us through our computers and our uh, tie-ins to the internet.
No, no, no. People are afraid of data centers being built near where they live because of the resources they use up of the surrounding areas. And some of these places, what these data centers, these people, these companies do is they take from like I think even Arizona was mentioned as a place where some big company moved in. I think it was, I don't know if it was a data center, and they were able to draw on the water because data centers require a lot of water. And they were basically buying up the rights to aquifers in different cities. I think Arizona somehow was affected to the point where some communities were drying up. They mentioned that I seen a video on that just the other night. Yeah, they mentioned like one of the ones I think I remember was Queen City. Another one was oh, I forget. They mentioned 7 of them, 7 communities in northern Arizona. But well, anyway, brother, I'm gonna do the pick up on the vortexian. What do you know about the vortexian laws? What did I leave out?
I don't think you left out much of anything, but you still got a ways to go yet, because you stopped somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. It's a long study. I imagine
Yeah.
it's gonna get more detailed, but I was really, this type of knowledge can help a brother. When you realize that there are forces at work, and I don't know if, well, I didn't know. There are forces at work that you can work against yourself without knowing it. None of us want that.
Oh yeah.
So,
well, that's why I always say I go with the flow.
yeah.
You see.
Yeah. But that requires being able to, what I'm trying to do nowadays, I'm really trying to learn. I'm buying into the fact that you can listen to the creator. I don't know how to do it to my satisfaction, but I keep reading about the inner light, and hearing his voice, but his voice is silence, and I was in a state of meditation the other night, and if I would just show a little perseverance, I can make some really serious strides, I believe. It takes a lot of effort though,
Oh yeah.
Try to quiet your mind and just be still. And some nights I hit, a lot of nights I miss, but I got a little close one night and I was able to kind of still myself and just start drawing from I just started drawing from my little, I don't know how to explain it, atmosphere around me.
Yeah, your aura. Your aura.
Yeah, I think it's really just meditation. I think I understand a little better why people are heavy.
Well, you realize those vortexian currents are outside of us and also in the inside of us through the chakra system.
Yeah. I think the objective is for me, what kept coming to my mind was removing those blockages.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
That's what kept coming to my mind. I just started trying to do little exercises to like remove the blockages out of my body, believing that I can do it. Now, it would probably take me a little practice, probably take me a long time, but I believe that we're our own worst enemy when we don't.
If you get that circle, that cycle flowing, right? those blockages will break.
This,
Like like uh, like if they don't open the floodgates on a dam, right, and the
mhm,
water's too high, it's gonna go and it's gonna crack that dam and it's gonna flood the whole area,
mhm,
right? So you gotta do it slowly, right? You
mhm,
know, maybe release a little bit of water and then not force, right? But
mhm.
gently move that blockage. So instead of uh, releasing all that water at once, you're doing it in stages.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know how to do that yet, but
Uh,
I
you're
get, I get
you're
it.
you're coming to it. You're
Yeah,
beginning to.
yeah. That's the beauty of this whole thing, is everything is a process, you know, and it's no good if you can get there in one day. I see how it's got to be a process. Evolution has got to be a slow process.
Well, everything is a process. It has to become constitutional
Yeah,
within yourself,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Constitutional. That's a key word. That's why, yeah,
Like it says in OAHSPE, should a man quit drinking and right away say,
starts.
"We temperance men," right?
Yeah,
Not before he becomes constitutional.
yeah,
He's got
yeah,
to be off that booze for several years
yeah,
before
yeah,
he can say, "We temperance men." In truth,
yeah. That's a pretty good point, man. That's the way it goes. That's
I
the
mean
way it
that's
goes, man.
simply an example.
Yeah, the growth has got to be constitutional. It's got to be fixed.
Yeah, you're getting there, and that's good because that's making haste slowly,
Hmm.
right? You're taking it one step at a time so you don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, yeah. The creator is teaching me to look at people differently, man. That's a big help. I'm telling you, that's a big, big help, man. Because to if if you can learn compassion, if I was at the VA today, a bunch of old people there broken down, and they're more humble, they're more softer in spirit because they know the end is near. And you got to help one another. People need help, other people helping. Some people come in volunteer because they know it's good for their soul,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
And that's one of the things I like about going down there is you can grow your spirit. You can practice growing your spirit in the sense that people they show they the people, some people I know, they go down there just to be around other people, talk to them, need somebody to be around them.
Yeah, yeah.
It make you like it's a good way to practice the light, man. You know, it's a good way to practice the
Hey,
inner,
you're
inner
learning by doing.
yeah, yeah,
You
because
you
it's always
you're
an opportunity to help or to minister to somebody.
yeah. Not
Yeah.
not only that, you doing the work.
Say what now?
Not only just speaking, but doing it.
Yeah,
Also.
yeah. And it's also a good reminder that it's not the things that are temporary, it's the things that are eternal, man. You know,
Yeah.
it's the things that are eternal. I find it real easy to talk to a lot of those people down there about the hope of the creator. I mean, I don't, they have to bring it up. The way I do business now is they have to, somebody's got to start it. And people are always, you know, you get down around that season of your life. And at some point, man, you know, spirituality is going to come out, God or religion, or somebody's going to say something. It's easy going down there to just, you know.
I recently found out another little point uh, that may have triggered uh, uh, the Minister of Wellness.
Oh, okay.
He was, seeking donations, and I think it was a Hebrew Israelite person that came on and said, "Well, I'd donate to your food drive, just as long as there's no Hamite children eating."
Oh, okay.
Right?
Uh,
And the Minister of Wellness went right off on him. Why would you say that? No,
oh, okay. Yeah.
you know. So he might have put you erroneously in the same category.
Yeah, but I told him that I was dying to donate and help his ministry out, but I, you know, it was impossible for me if it wasn't by OAHSPE, if he didn't know anything about the OAHSPE, or he wasn't raised by OAHSPE principles, that it would be impossible for me to help. And
Yeah,
so I was just trying to introduce him to it, and he lit off.
yeah. He's never heard of a WASPy, right?
Right. Yeah.
And at the time you contacted him, he hadn't had contact with Brother Malachi.
Oh, he hadn't?
No.
Are you sure? He said
Yeah.
that he said that he was going to tell Brother Malachi.
Yeah.
About,
When they communicated.
well, you said he didn't know.
Right. He hadn't talked to Brother Malachi yet when you contacted him.
Well,
Because of the time difference. They had to coordinate a time difference so they could communicate. Because he's over in Africa and Brother Malachi is in St. Louis.
but why did he feel he? I mean, he was making it sound like he was going to tell on me or something. Like I'm gonna tell Brother Malachi, you know, or he said something like, "Wait till I tell Brother Malachi about what you said," or something. So sounds like
He said something about if it weren't for Brother Malachi, right? 'Cause Malachi sent him, I think, a video of where he was confronting. Oh, I think it was on the one of the books that he read, the Nazarene Jesus or the Essene Jesus. Anyway, it was from Malachi sent him a couple of clips on that, I think, and then they started talking, and Brother Malachi knew his dad in St. Louis, uh, the pastor Eddie Jordan Jr. And
Mm-hmm.
he didn't even realize that Nathaniel was over in Africa. He thought he was still in St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
You see, and then they finally got into contact. But I think it was about, I'm going to say 3 or 4 days after. See, you contacted him on a Thursday, if I remember right. And because he said he was going to come out with that on his Fitness Friday program, and which he did. And then Saturday, Sunday, and the following Monday, he didn't put out any videos because he was talking to Brother Malachi. And then the next, I'm going to say Tuesday, then he put up a video.
Mm-hmm. So I
know there was 2 or 3 days that he took what he termed a sabbatical, right? Not putting up anything on his channel.
all I know is that you shouldn't be. I don't think you should have anything to do with an orphanage when you get triggered like that, man. To me, that's a scary proposition, man. Because I think I don't know anything about orphans or how to raise them. Or,
he's also doing pad drive, and he's also doing his. I say going to build that orphanage, and
okay, that's all good. That's all good.
Good work. Care of those kids, he's feeding them.
Okay,
and,
but
there's a lot of times that's the only good meal they get in the whole month.
Okay, now that that may be true, and all that is okay. That's cool, but still, if you have that type of temperament,
well, then, you got to realize that we all have tetrox.
Yeah, I understand that, but still, if you have that type of temperament, and you're dealing with children, there's something wrong, man. I don't think he should have anything to do with an orphanage. When you have that type of temper where you can, I didn't say anything worth him saying. He said, "You're nothing. You are nothing to me. And who do you think you are?" And I shouldn't have drawn that type of response. And this guy is trying to run an orphanage. Just recently, you heard about if he, you got that type of temperament and you're dealing with children. I'm an orphan too, really. I'm just an older orphan. You're going to deal with children like and you got that type of anger in you. What he showed me was anger. That was anger. He has a propensity to lose control. And you're dealing with children. I don't care what type of charity to me, that's like, to me, that's like
I'm saying, I'm thinking both of your tetrox got to fight me.
No, I didn't respond the way I would have had I not been a faithist. I didn't respond the way I would have. I know not to feed the beast. What I showed you, I didn't respond. My only 2 responses was, I didn't mean any harm. And something like, "Wow, are you serious?" That's what I said. I know not to feed the beast. So I know to be careful of my tetrax.
Well, like I said, the only thing you sent me was his responses. I didn't see the other.
Yeah, that's what I said. I sent back my 2 responses. One was Well, I sent him when I reached out to him. I said that I'm dying to help his ministry, and I introduced him to the OAHSPE.
You did?
I would be hard for me to.
How did you introduce him to the OAHSPE?
I just said that it would be hard for me to contribute if he didn't know about the OAHSPE, and
Well,
he
he
didn't.
didn't know about the OAHSPE, right?
Yeah, that's why I said that, because I wanted to introduce.
When I introduce anyone to the OAHSPE, I will ask them, have you read OAHSPE?
Yeah, well, I could have asked. I'm sure I could have introduced myself better, but I
Yeah.
did what I did. There was no harm behind it, and there was no
But
reason for doing it.
like whatever you said, and especially about not being able to help in his ministry or donate to his ministry unless he raises children according to OAHSPE principles, right?
Yeah,
Or something similar that you said. I'm not sure that you used those exact words, but something similar to it, wasn't it?
yeah, but I
Yeah,
didn't.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be putting words in your mouth that you didn't say.
Yeah,
Please
yeah,
don't.
I didn't. Just trust me when I say I didn't. I didn't. Matter of fact, here, let me show you. I can show you right here what I put. I'll put it in the chat. I can show you the whole conversation in the chat, and then
Yeah.
you can judge for yourself. So let me see. Let me put it. Let me see if I can bring it up. Okay, now let me I'm gonna bring it up on the screen here, and you can see it for yourself. Okay, can you see that?
Something about shots in his. Oh, okay. Now I can. It's over on the other side.
Okay, can you see? Or wait a minute, can you see it?
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna have to go up a little bit.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me.
You get his replies. I go way up to the top.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm trying to do something here. Okay, hold on. Okay. Now, can you see? Can you see it?
Yeah. Well, all I see is the Minister of Wellness replied.
Okay.
Right?
You can't read the rest of it, right?
No.
Okay. You can't read. Let me do this then.
There now.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. But if you were raising the orphans under a false deity, as much as I am dying to support your orphanage, I would not be able to.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Now, he replies, you are a disgusting human being. And you are no different than any other person to utter such a thing out of your mouth. We don't need your support. Wow, I can't wait to share this with Brother Malachi Nakabi.
Okay. Now
Okay.
hold on.
Now, what, how did you
Okay. Now.
think or feel that he was worshiping a false deity?
Okay. Now I'm showing you the rest.
No, go to the first one.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Okay.
Yeah,
So
the very
you
first.
can read the rest. Let me see.
Yeah, that raise. No, you're going down. You got to go up.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so here is the rest. Okay. So part of it he deleted that I wanted you to see, but it was
It should be on your
he was insulting me.
there.
Uh,
That's the first one that I see right there.
no, there's another part I wanted to show, but anyway, you get my gist.
Hmm.
So now,
Well, okay. What I'm how did you determine that he was who, or he may have been raising under a false deity?
I said if you were raising orphans under a false deity, if you see that, but
Yeah,
if you were raising, that means that I don't know for sure.
yeah.
Meaning that if he were a brother and
Okay.
he were raising them under the knowledge of the light of the Creator, he would just say so. But if he doesn't know the Creator, then he would
Well,
probably say so. Now,
he prays. His ministry is focused on three things, right?
okay, but let me
Teaching
stop
it.
you. Let me stop you because this is what I'm going to keep saying. He had no right to respond the way he did. I don't care what deed, what God or whatever he was under. It's no excuse to respond the way he did. Whoever he's under, it shows he's got no power in teaching him how to treat people. The foundation of any faith, God, or anything is you should know how to deal with people. You don't attack people. So that told me all I need to know right there. Now, I might not have put it in the sweetest, most tenderest term, in inoffensive terms. I didn't mean anything. I'm contacting him to let him know I would like to donate to whatever you're doing, but I want to make sure that you're not bringing him up into a false god. There's no reason, and there's no justification to attack somebody like that. There's no justification for that, Dave.
Well, you know how those Christians attack us, don't you?
Well, I don't know what point you're trying to make by saying that. I mean,
Uh, uh,
I'm just I
the
just want to
point
know if
the
he
point is they attack him in the same way they attack us.
okay, but still, that's no justification. If he's an older man, also, you ought to know you don't attack people like that.
I'm thinking he's in his 30s or 40s.
That's old enough to know you shouldn't attack people like that. If they're expressing a desire to help
Well, you've got to realize his background.
no,
His
I don't buy that either.
background.
I don't buy that
His
either because
dad. His
I don't
now.
buy that, Dave. If the guy is running an orphanage, okay, that takes a special type of person to be doing that stuff, man. You can't be showing them, fits of passion like that, attacking people like that. You might not do it before orphans, but children are a sponge, man, and they can read between the lines. Now, he may be doing good, but it's good. It can be evil spoken of. You don't want to do good in order to see, here I am. I'm saying, okay, he runs an orphanage, but he attacked me. And I'm a brother that's trying to serve the Creator. I didn't do anything wrong. He might be a little touchy, but that's not my fault. I didn't give him any reason to attack me. So
Now, you also realize that the environment we grow up in also has quite an influence on what we become.
yeah, I understand all that, but I won't give, I don't, I will never, there's no reason whatsoever to attack people. There ain't no reason for that, man. Not under those circumstances. There ain't no reason for it. And if you can attack me, someone you don't know, who's only contacting you to see if I can help, then what about when somebody comes against you and gives you reason to attack them? That means you're really going to let go. If you can attack someone who's trying to come to you in the spirit of peace and get some things cleared up so that we can make a bridge, and you attack them, there ain't no excuse for that, man. There ain't no excuse to,
Well,
So I don't care. I
I'm
don't care.
thinking, I'm somehow I'm thinking you triggered his tetrox somehow or other by
Well, no
coming
doubt,
at him
no doubt. But I can't.
similar to the way Christians and Hebrew Israelites come at him.
Well, I'm sorry if I'm not perfect. And I
Well,
can't.
this is what triggered
I
him.
can't. Some people. I can't avoid everybody's minefield.
Yeah,
I mean, hindsight is 2020, but I don't see any
Uh,
justification.
how many videos did you watch of him before you
Uh,
contacted him?
I tried to pick up on what God he was under. He never really mentioned anyone,
He
but
said the Father, correct?
I think I remember that. Yeah,
Right? And he says Creator.
he might have. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
yeah. I've seen enough videos that he prays to the Father,
yeah,
right? And he prays to the Creator,
okay.
right?
Well, Christians call Jesus Christ Father and Creator too. You know, so
Uh,
that's why.
well, he went through that on today's video uh, about how can you be the Father, right, and serve the Father at the same time,
Okay, well, he's struggling with trying to understand. That's cool, but still,
right?
even
And he's brought out many scriptures, uh, even some that Brother Malachi brought out uh, about Creator setting us up with herbs and vegetables,
okay. No matter he
right?
he
And
as far
uh,
as my answer is going to be the same, Dave. It's going to be the same. If you're that old, you ought to know if you attack people, if you're attacking people at that age for nothing, they don't hardly do anything to you. There's no reason for that, man. You may claim to serve the Father and God, but the simple fact that you can attack somebody who's only inquiring as to how they may be able to help, and you attack them, there ain't no reason for that. There ain't no reason for that. I mean,
it's like
you,
I'm saying, when you said that word, if you're raising the orphans, if is a how do you say, interrogative, right? The kind
I
of like
said, if you were, I'm trying, if he can't see that I'm trying to get information. I'm just trying to get information as to how he is raising these orphans. I used to donate to different orphanages until till the OAHSPE taught me, if you're going to do charity, do wise charity. Don't just do indiscriminate Christian charity where because you're giving, then you're doing a good work. That was the only way I could try to find out how is he bringing them up, And for him to show me that type of fruit, that fruit that he showed me, that's how he's bringing them up. So he may be trying to find the creator, but until he does, he won't be hearing from me. He will not, I won't be supporting a brother like that until he gets some understanding, because as of right now,
I think he's found creator.
I disagree with you there. I don't agree with that at all, man. Because
I think he's found creator.
I disagree with that. I wouldn't say that.
I think he's serving creator.
I don't think so.
Through his works.
When you go, when you go about, the WASI talks about lowering people's spiritual grade. Now, what if I would have lit off on him the way he lit off on me? Both of us it would have been a race to the bottom. I would have been lowering my grade. I would have been lowering his grade. He doesn't mind lowering my grade, but I absolutely
did grade. No, he didn't.
Huh?
Did he lower your grade? No, he didn't.
He could have, if I would have let him. If
there you go. If you would have let him, but you didn't let him.
But that's not to say he didn't make me angry. I just didn't respond. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm not saying he didn't offend me. I just let it show, and I decided not to respond. But it's what's in your heart that's important.
What you do. You don't respond.
Yeah, but in my book, what is in your heart is who you truly are. That's who you are.
You need to judge his heart.
Huh?
He could have been having a bad day that day. He was stressed.
That would be too bad. Hold on a second. I'm trying to read something real quick that Elijah's putting up. He says he just got to know the difference between the creator, Eoi, and what a deity is. Yeah, that's why we got to ease them into it and show them the inevitable truth. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just saying that I didn't do anything to deserve to be attacked like that. I didn't do anything to deserve to be attacked like that. And if you can attack somebody like that, that's equal to to be in a situation where you have to show forbearance. I mean, you got to show a lot of patience, understanding. You're dealing with orphans, man. That cannot be easy. If you're subject to getting triggered at something you don't really need to be triggered at, you got a problem, man. And you probably shouldn't be doing that except from afar. Just send money, just lend support from the outside, but don't have anything to do with children. Because what if children, from what I can see, can make you angry. I mean, truly angry. And it's not, you can't blame them. You're a 30-something-year-old man. and you're getting upset and attacking people when there's no reason to. No, no, man, you're never going to sell me, even if you're not spiritual. You wouldn't
Now,
do that so readily in the street because it could cost you your life. Why would you
brother,
do it to somebody who's only just trying to help you?
Brother Yaquab, I've seen him in his commercials, or I don't know if you call them commercials, but please for donations. Uh, I've seen him physically ladling out food to the orphans himself, doing it with his ministerial staff, and he didn't seem upset with him at all.
Oh, come on, Dave.
No,
Dave, come on, come on,
I've
come on.
seen it.
What's he gonna do?
It's on
He's
there
gonna. Do
every
you
time.
think? Do you think he's going to get on video and show what's really in his heart, depending on any particular
These
situation?
are,
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. A situation. You think he's going to get on video? A kid makes him mad, and he's going to show it on video? He showed me a side of him that he felt nobody was going to see. That's why he did it.
these are different videos every time of different months because they're not all wearing the same clothes.
Okay, he says if he is working in orphanage, showing fruits and vegetables is good for daily diet, then his eyes will one day be entirely upon all things is in accordance with the will of the Creator. He says, remember, the Creator made free will for the impossible. The Creator, Yahweh, made free will for the impossible, made possible no matter where they are at. I mean, you guys, I mean, I'm just saying that as of right now, where he's at, there ain't no reason for him to respond the way he did to me.
Like I say, brother, I just see it different.
Okay, well, you brought it up,
Yeah.
and I'm telling you that there's no reason to respond the way he did. So all these testimonies, I mean, okay, that's great. Children are getting fed. All right, that's cool. But
Unclothed.
okay, but Jim Jones of People's Temple, he did way more than what this guy is doing. And there are people in the world who do way more than what he's doing. And their character is impeccable.
I have never seen a church do so much as the Minister of Wellness is doing.
Okay, well, study Jim Jones then.
I did.
Study. You know what he did? What did he do?
He took a whole bunch of people down to Guyana, right? And he made himself God over them, right? And then he killed them. Not only did he kill them, but when the senators went down to check him out, see what was going on in Guyana, he killed them too.
Now, hold on a second. Now, what I'm getting ready to do, hold on a second. Elijah, he posted something. Let me read that, and then I'm going to get on the internet, and I'm going to see for myself what he did, Jim Jones. Hold on a second. He says, Brother Yaquab, have you made a phone call to the brother to speak, to come to common ground perchance? He shut the door on me. I wouldn't contact the brother who attacked me like that. I made contact with him to try to get some communication going. He attacked me, so he closed that door. Why would I try to call somebody, reach out to somebody who attacked me like that? My only hope now is that he comes into the OAHSPE. He don't have to come back groveling and apologizing to me. I just want him to come into the light of the knowledge. And, I don't really care that he offended me and attacked me. But so far as where he's at right now, he'll probably, if he can do it to me, he'll do it to somebody else. All that has to happen is the right situation. Now, let me go on the internet here. Now, let's look at this together, all right? What good works did Jim Jones of the People's Temple do? All right. Now, it says early in his career, Jim Jones and the People's Temple were recognized for promoting racial integration, serving underprivileged communities in Indianapolis and California. They were running soup kitchens, a nursing home, and advocating for social justice. He was appointed to the Indianapolis Human Rights Commission, and his church became notable racially integrated institution. Okay, it says, all this stuff here. Okay, so here we have a guy, philanthropy. So he's done way more, I bet you, than
that
this
was in the 50s and 60s.
Than this wellness guy. He's done way more.
This was in the 50s and 60s.
Don't make no difference. These are good works. He was helping. I'm positive he was probably helping way more people. Now, he started out good, and then he broke bad. Now, I could also probably bring up other people who have done greater works than him. So when you talk to me about somebody doing good works, okay, that's great. That's all well and good. But
okay, that's one.
Well, I can do more.
Sure. Yeah, go right ahead.
I mean, it's not really necessary, but what evil men in history did great works for people and works of charity? Okay, it says historical figures with contradictory legacies. All right. Historical figures with contradictory legacies. Okay. Adolf Hitler says that while responsible for the Holocaust and World War II, Hitler's regime gained early support through massive public works projects, such as building the Autobahn system. The Nazi Party organized the Winter Relief Fund, a large-scale charitable organization designed to provide food, clothing, and coal to Aryan Germans in need, promoting a sense of national community. Okay, Joseph Stalin, despite being responsible for millions of deaths through purges and forced labor, some supporters viewed him as a leader who transformed the Soviet Union from an agricultural nation into an industrial superpower. He is associated with immense economic modernization, including widespread electrification, industrialization, and providing education and healthcare, which some citizens viewed as significant achievements. And so on and on. You got King Leopold, was responsible for the deaths of millions in the Congo through brutal exploitation. He was ironically remembered by many in Belgium as the Builder King. He funded massive public works projects in Belgium, including hospitals, schools, and parks, often portrayed as a humanitarian monarch to mask his atrocities. And then you got all these guys here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Al Capone, John Wayne Gacy, and whoever. So my only point is that if you talk to me about guys doing great, all these works and everything, to me, I don't place too much value on that, because spiritually, to me, is more important than the body. So he could, if all I want to know about is if your spirit is one that's given to anger and outbursts of, then that's a problem. That's a serious problem, man, especially when you're talking about with children. So that's where I stand, man. I can't.
Like I said, I've seen his donation, please, where he's feeding the children. And
okay, well, let him keep on feeding the children, man. But just let him.
I've seen him handing out pads to the young ladies over there.
He's okay. So he sold you then. You seen the outside of the man. I've seen the inside of the.
Well,
so he finds the creator.
Through
for all we know, this is just
through his ministry. I also have discerned that yes, he's following the Creator, simply under a different name, called the God of health and life.
Okay, well, that's your opinion, because
my opinion.
That's your opinion, and my opinion is that man looketh on the outside, the Creator looks on the heart.
Mm.
So the poor and hungry, we're going to always have.
I discern he's doing Creator's will.
Well, he's doing works. He's doing good works, but evil men do good works. And you are what
I'm not going to judge what he's done wrong or
judge
right.
him to be doing the will of the Creator, and I'm judging him based on the fruits that he's shown me. And I've shown you that evil men can do good works, even greater works. So until he finds the Creator, he's not in a good place.
Well,
he is not in a good place when you can attack somebody and contribute to lowering their spiritual grade.
I cannot see where he's lowered your spiritual grade, Eddie.
Well, you can't see, then that's not. I'm sorry about that, but
I can't see where he's lowered your spiritual grade.
Well, you don't know because you are not me. See, you don't know how I internalize how he treated. I'm a human. Hey, I'm young as a faithist. I'm still, Tetrarchs still have a good impact on me.
Well, they have an impact on all of us because, like I said, I myself.
Well, I haven't built up that much.
Have to deal with those Tetrarchs and got to deal with them every day.
I'm saying I haven't built up that much of an immunity. I haven't learned how to. I'm trying. I think I did good when that guy. If I'd been an Israelite, I would have let him have it. I would have unloaded on him. But nowadays, the Creator is teaching me to hold. Even in this room here, people trigger me. But the Creator, He's teaching me That's part of your growth. You got to learn to hold your peace and then get to a place where it's like you don't even hear the things that people say or do. That's one of the ways I'm trying to use this room, you know? And so every now and then, these are like tests where, and I realize that it's for my benefit to eventually overcome them. Some days I win, some days I lose. Now this guy still, in my book, there's no reason, and from what I see in OAHSPE, there ain't no reason to attack anybody for any reason. That's the standard I hold.
Well, like I said, he's probably never read OAHSPE.
Well,
he's going to be getting a copy.
Until he does.
Creator Gang has set up a donation pool to get him one.
He doesn't need a donation pool. He can be sent one for free. Why don't they send him one for free? You hear me on my program say that I'll give out my 6-volume set for free. That cost me, you don't know how many I've sent out. I spend my own money.
They're sending him a copy of Big Blue.
Okay, well, cool. He can get it for free. He don't need money. The Elois will send him that for free. I'll send him my 6-volume set for free. So
well, I gave him the what is it? Like a website to Amazon where you could get one for, I believe it's $30, $35.
You don't need to, you know, all you had to do was just send them the link to the Elois. They'll send, not only that, they'll send them Radiance Anthology for free. So, you know, you don't need to send him anything. And
well, like I say, Creator Gang is doing a drive to get him a copy of OAHSPE and send it to him.
Well, I do know this.
That's all I know.
Well, that's cool. You know, I mean, you know, he can, hey, if he wants one, he can have one for free. You know, you can't beat that. And I do know that.
Well, I could probably send him my PDF copy.
Well, whatever he wants, you know.
Yeah.
I
didn't think of that.
Yeah. Look, hey, the only problem is that if they send it and then he rejects it, and he already called after I told him about the OAHSPE. He said it was a cult. He might know a little bit about it. If he gets sent it, if they send it to him, and then he rejects it, and then they keep on supporting him in his orphanage. The creator is against that. If he raises them children to a false god, the creator is not for that.
Like I say, I don't understand where you're getting false deity at.
The creator says if you do indiscriminate giving, then you're liable for how that giving is spent or how it's used.
Well, that's on him, isn't it?
No, it's on you. I just got finished telling you that the creator says if you do indiscriminate giving, he gives you the example of the rich man who throws his money in the street. The creator says if whoever, depending on who picks it up, if one guy picks it up, heads straight for the liquor store, he says the rich man judgment is against the rich man. That's what he said.
Let me give you an example from my life, right? About a person who wanted me to give him some money for food. All right. Now, I was in Chinle at the time, and I said, I'll tell you what, instead of giving you money, we'll go to Subway, or we'll go over to McDonald's or Burger King, and I'll buy you a meal. How's that? Anything you want. He said, No. If you could just give me the money, then. And I said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll buy you a meal, get your belly full, but I'm not going to give you money. That's, I discerned that he was going to use it to get booze or hairspray with.
What? Hairspray?
Yeah, they puncture the can, mix the hairspray stuff with water, and drink it to get high. It's called
Right.
Ocean.
Wow. Well, that's the approach that I use now. I mean, I used to just give, you know, one of the, when I came into the OAHSPE, I just started looking up like pro charities, NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball. And I figured that, well, if they give to these charities, then that must mean they're legitimate. And then I learned that if they raise these children unto deities and false gods, judgment is against me. Those children grow up and they grow up under a false god. And so I stopped them, the charities that I gave to. And so I feel the same way. Hey, I'm all for doing of good works, but I feel differently now. I don't get taken away because somebody is doing, and that don't impress me anymore like it used to. To me, first, the inward man has got to be he's got to be dealt with, the inward man, because that's forever. So
now you got to balance both of them at the same
yeah,
time.
you can do all that, but I'm saying it's no good to feed somebody and you don't feed the inner man, the spiritual man, or you feed the spiritual man poison. Somebody, before you come talking to me, you ought to ask him how he feels, if there are any false gods, if there are any deities, if it's okay.
Well, he already goes through the false gods in the Bible, the vampire god, the monster god.
Okay, so that's cool.
Right?
But the only, and my feeling is, I think the more you get away from attacking anything and you give yourself to uplifting and encouraging, I think that's more important than anything. You don't have to attack anybody. You don't have to bring, risk, offending people or anything like that. When I read OAHSPE, I see that, like I was saying earlier, the book of Revelation has got language that it leads the corporal man to fear and to be scared. But when you read the OAHSPE, it's towards encouragement, enlightenment, Radiance Anthology, the same way. That's a rat killer because they're just saying no negativity nowhere. So instead of him attacking, or if he turns and he finds the creator, I'll be one of the first ones to jump in with him. And I will give liberally. And I'm talking about money, that dirty word that nobody likes to mention. And I'm not rich. And I don't want to sound like I'm bragging. But
myself, I'm not rich either, but I donate when I can.
Okay, well, but me, I have criteria now. And if he turns, if I ever hear that young man turns, he's going to love old Yaiquab because he'll, if I've gained a brother, but under that spirit he's under now, that's anti-Jehovah. That spirit is anti-Jehovah, man. So that's where I stand. I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for somebody. Well, he has to change his own heart. Nobody, Malachi, whoever is reaching out to him. That's one thing I learned. If so until he does, he won't be hearing from me. I'll be hoping that he turns.
Yeah, that's good, Daddy.
Yeah.
I'm not yourself a good one, brother. We'll let you go now.
Okay. All right. See you later. Oh shoot. Where's my fingers at? I can't get them in the camera. Oh, there we go. Let me see. You go up. Let me see the peace sign. You go up, down, up, and around. All right. So, Jehovah, thank you for this video. And I just want to ask for my brethren and the situation in the world that we get understanding and that we can be a light while we're in this reality, and that we can be service. We can attune ourselves to the light, and we can make our changes constitutional to where the tetracts have no more effect at all on any of us. Thank you for the opportunity to share, be with one another, and just ask for greater light for the world and the kingdom to come. In your name, so be it. All right, brethren, thank you for joining me Tuesday and Friday. Again, I want to mention, if anybody, you want to look at the OAHSPE, you want to you're interested in learning more about it, and you see this video, you can contact me. I'll send you the 6-volume set for free, and just contact me privately. And if there's any other needs to you brethren, if somebody can hear me and you need help, man, and I'm only saying this because the situation in the world is we may need help with, real world things, and you can contact me. Brethren, thank you for joining me Tuesday and Friday, 5 p.m. See you later. Creator bless you.
Bye-bye now.